Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party and Technology Thursday, where we believe that you will see the light of the future of technology tonight. You will awaken to the future. And the reason why I'm surrounded by beauty and kind of a gray mass here is that humankind is struggling. We are all struggling to survive against what appears to be an amount of toxicity that has exceeded our normal levels. And for whatever reason, we have become more of a toxic world. We have to look at why and what forces that led to this, and why we don't have solar panels on every rooftop in America, and why we aren't filtering the air that we breathe, why we aren't sequestering more carbon, and why we aren't doing the things necessary, and why we aren't eliminating taxes entirely. Yeah. No more taxes, an economy that runs efficiently, a government that doesn't have any waste. This is what I envision for this nation 5 to 10 years from now. I really do. Well, we've got a clean house, and we've got to get the venture capitalists out of the way because they've been preventing great new technologies from being developed. Now, we are facing an oil glut right now. Hey, they're busy. We're definitely facing an oil glut. We're facing a leak from the Fukushima reactor that's so severe that it's 6 swimming pools a day filled with irradiated water, liquid, corium, going into the Pacific Ocean. And a government that doesn't listen or ask any of these questions and won't even open a dialogue with average Americans. Fluoride is bad for you. GMOs are bad for you. Radiation is bad for you. Even radio frequencies are bad for you from cell phones. If you put them next to your head, you're in danger. And even the director of the World Health Organization said that you're in danger if you put it next to your head. It does contribute to brain cancer. So hold those phones away and use a speakerphone. So all these issues that are not being addressed by the mainstream media and by the two parties are why this party is forming and why we've been forming for the past 7 years. Thank you, Ron. We believe that we're not getting anything from our government. We have great ideas. We've got the Homestead Renewal Plan. We've got the Mobile Medical Unit Plan to help lower the cost of healthcare and create a bypass to this Obamacare nightmare. We've got ideas for solar panels on every rooftop in America eventually. And we have the goal of actually filtering water and air so that the future will be brighter than it was for you when you were a kid. Now, I grew up in Los Angeles, California, the city. My name's David, and I'm not a cop. The fact is, I was polluted as a child. I was a victim. A victim in so many different ways, I can't tell you. But it's all in my book. You'll be able to read about it, hopefully this year. I essentially breathed 1967, I was breathing lead from all the gas. And I'm thankful that the EPA pulled lead out of gas. But, you know, I remember going out and playing in my front yard when I was a kid, 7 years old, and breathing deep and having my lungs hurt. Now, I knew there was something wrong then. And I know there's something wrong now. I know there's something wrong now. I've known for my entire life there's something wrong, but I've always been frustrated by the fact that I can't do anything about it. None of us individually can do anything about it. I read the chat, dude. I'm not reading talking points. I've never done a pre-scripted performance on this show, ever. That's something you should recognize. Everything is impromptu, extemporaneous. I don't follow a script. I don't follow any type of a teleprompter. Well, let's be clear. Well, we have a lot of fun, and that's what makes this show interesting. Okay, Pope Francis on Trump. Building walls is not Christian. Now, he believes building a wall is a big mistake, as I do too. So I would agree with Pope Francis on Trump. Building a wall is a big mistake. That's why we need a fence. A lethal electric fence. And everyone knows that charity starts at home. And frankly, the American people are not protecting their own. We've got veterans that have been literally killed because of a bad VA system. 250,000 have died because of Obama. Unnecessarily, they could have gotten treatment. I'm not a big fan of the Pope Francis, but I can tell you that, yeah, a wall is untenable. It's unchristian. You need to show that there's no way you can cross into this country. You need to form an almost impervious barrier, impenetrable to anybody, to make sure nobody hurts themselves or gets caught in a little hole trying to dig their way through some clay. So when they get close to the lethal electric fence, they will have a series of rose bushes that will be blessed by the Pope, hopefully. We'll try to get the Pope down there to bless the rose bushes. And then they'll know that there is thorns on those, and you can't go through the thorns. Well, let's be clear. When they get to the next layer, there'll be barbed wire. Yeah, rolled barbed wire. 15 feet high. And then when they get to the actual electric fence, it'll be 10,000 volts of fire-burning fury, protecting this nation and the people in it. So you got to understand, this is a big, huge, important step in the right direction. Well, if he does pee on the rose bushes, then that's a step in the right direction, I guess. It will help. Well, actually, rose bushes don't do very well with urine, unless you dilute it down. Congress is entirely corrupt. So I would say 89 to 92% are corrupt, without naming that group of corrupt people that you just said in the chat room, because this is on record on YouTube. I don't want to name any groups. I don't want to label any groups, but those are the people I dislike the most. You're right. The corrupt ones. And I will never get involved with that group. Okay, I'll tell you. He's asking, do the Masons control Congress? Well, what if I told you that 65% of Congress are millionaires? That much I know. But I'm almost positive that 92% are Masonic in order. But I can't verify that. So I'm just throwing a statistic out there. Pope Francis, hello. Well, I'm concerned. I don't want to send mixed messages to the illegal aliens and try to cross over the fence idea that I came up with in 2008 with a lethal electric fence that Sarah suggested, and I agreed with her. I think that that's the key, is to actually say, hey, yeah, no entrada. And we'll do it in multiple languages. We can't equivocate here. We can't build a fake wall with Adobe and say, oh, yeah, oh. Donald wants to create a wall. Has he ever laid one brick? I ask you. Well, I have. I've done a lot of bricklaying myself. I laid a brick this morning in the toilet. But no, seriously, the fact is, this is a good idea to have a lethal electric fence. And if Donald thinks he's going to build a wall, could he show me the thousands of illegal aliens that he would have to employ? Because I've already figured it out. I believe that we should indeed have prisoners who are in our prison system who are illegal aliens build the wall. Now, that's my idea. Now, if Donald takes my idea, you know he's borrowing everything from our show. But yeah, they're waiting to get released. A lot of these people are going, hey, I don't know why I'm still in prison. Oh, no. And I will be making a simple statement. Hey, you guys want to work? We got a job for you, and you'll be making $1 a day. Now, that may not sound much, but it is something. Plus, we'll give you a nice duffel bag to carry back to your home country after you're done with, say, 2 months. I'm thinking I'm reducing from 3 months down to 2 months. And rotating people in. And then giving them their freedom right after in their home country, deporting them. That will save a total of $25 billion on our budget nationwide. Every year. Per year, we pay $25 billion to warehouse 400,000 illegal aliens in prison. Yeah, see. Yeah, we can keep our infrastructure that's already in place. It just needs repairs. Sheriff Brown, we can keep our infrastructure, and we can do patch crews on the roadways. But we have fencing all around the country. There's a series of FEMA camps that have been built in the northern section of our nation, which don't need to exist. We simply need to pull the fencing off the FEMA camps that are in the northern section. The southern section FEMA camps make sense because, no, I have not said anything racist whatsoever. No. I'm referring to the illegal aliens south of the border. They may be from Bolivia, Ecuador, Uruguay. Some of them of Germanic heritage. You know, when Pope Francis was the cardinal, he helped Adolf Hitler bring all those Nazis in during the Nazi rat line days. So some of them may actually be Germanic history, you know, some of heritage, I should say. So, hello, Pope Francis, welcome. I'm not going to rake over the coals today. Having killed 2,000 people in Argentina and then helped the Nazis isn't exactly a big plus, in my opinion, okay? Thank you. But I'm sure your opinion matters to a lot of Catholics about Trump, so I want to honor that. I'm trying to help you. Any other questions? Yes, chemtrail drones are killing you. The NASA is dropping lithium on your head. Do you have any other questions? No, I don't suffer from anything. You know, one of the things that many people are asking in our show is, have you been a drug dealer? Have you dealt cocaine? And when that didn't work, because I have a perfect record, and you can check my criminal record, they've now moved to, are you a mental patient? And you can certainly check my record. I have no mental history of mental problems. So what you're seeing right now is a very well-adjusted, altruistic person who has chosen to help the nation and come up with great ideas to fix it. That's why Donald Trump is stealing most of my ideas, because they're great ideas. And you're lucky to have me here. I do enjoy life every day. Today I enjoyed a show on Netflix called Longmire. And it's a great show. I'm really enjoying it. The character is more like he's more like a cowboy. He talks more like this. Now the Parmesan you're putting in your salad and on your spaghetti and pasta may have wood in it. There is a certain amount of cellulose that's allowed, 8.8% cellulose in your Parmesan. I've known that for years. And I've always accepted the fact that I'm getting a little bit more roughage. Have you ever sunk your teeth into a nice oak, boiled it on the stove, and had some pine? Pine is good, I understand. No, not a sad life. Very happy. Today I mowed my yard with my electric mower. I saved hiring an illegal alien, which Donald Trump would probably do, and I did it myself. And it was good exercise, good cardio. Yeah. You do pine nuts? Well, almost everything is edible, including your wife in some places. But not physically. You don't want to eat your wife, but you know what I mean. Okay. We've got a little problem with the guest chat trying to promote this person on the internet. It's actually him, and what's so sad, he's got 12 browsers in front of him right now, and he's pretending to be guests, supporting himself. I remind you of Kevin Spacey. Well, I'd have to talk with a southern accent. I'd have to be more like Kevin Spacey. I can't really do his voice right now. I forgot it. I blocked that entire House of Cards show because of the threesome that happened at the end of it. I know you've watched the new season. I haven't gotten there. I couldn't believe that they were actually coming in with a threesome. It was like so weird. Oh, he is gay, yeah. He's openly gay. You remind me of a person who has very little abilities to do anything. And if you don't call me good things here, I will have to report you to the thought police. Yes. Many of you don't realize you're being monitored. The government is listening to you, but it's just the NSA listening to everything you're doing, your emails, and now they want to check your iPhone and make sure you can't shut it down or clog its transmission. You're a pretty sick guy. I'm going to go ahead and remove Dr. Phil from the room. He has devolved into what I think could be a gay serial killer. We're not sure. Not the real Dr. Phil. That's the character played by the username. Well, I will turn off guest chat, but why would you, a guest, I turn guest chat off? I would think you'd want to talk and communicate. You must be an absolute imbecile who has no idea how lost the American people are. Well, you can pronounce Uruguay any way you want. Well, thanks for coming in. Did you guys see my chat show earlier? The cooking show? You know, Edward Snowden is not a person I want to talk to because he is a person who committed espionage. And I don't believe anything he says because he's just a disinformation artist. He was probably put out by the NSA to spread rumors and lies, or truths mixed with rumors and lies. I'm going to say truth mixed with rumors and lies. How much of that do you think was true that Edward Snowden said? Anyone know? A lot of it. A lot of it. A lot of the reveals about the NSA watching you. That was actually done in 2010, 2 years prior. You enjoyed my cooking show? Thank you, 224. Well, that was done in 2010. The actual person to talk about that was a true NSA whistleblower named Thomas Drake. Yeah, he was a real good. Oh, Glenn's room is here. Okay, Shrek doesn't troll. Shrek's a good guy. Yeah, he either that or he's got me fooled. Yeah, so this obsession with this guy, poor guy. I feel sorry for him. I'm not going to name his name, but you know who we're talking about. He comes into the show and he opens up 12 browsers in front of him. I'm actually remote viewing right now here, hypothetically. He sits above his high rise, looking at the 75-year-old women in the spa with all the scum in it, and he realizes he could never find a woman as wonderful as Sarah. And that's why he comes in here saying he's a god, because he's suffering from what is called megalomaniacal ideation. I know. I don't do cocaine. Never have, never will. Please talk about me in a favorable way. Who do you consider the most dangerous man in the world? The most honest man. Me. I'm probably the most dangerous man. Just not because I want to hurt anybody, but because I'm so honest. They say that an honest man in a corrupt world is the most dangerous man in the world. So yeah, that would be me. You're suffering from megalomaniacal ideation? Oh. Well, so is he. He's sitting in his high-rise overlooking the old women that he talks to, and they say, "So, did you meet anyone new? What a nice person you seem to be. You'd think you'd find a girl by now." I know. "I'm feeling very verklempt. Would you like to come up to my apartment and cheer me up?" Can you imagine how screwed up that life would be? And know that you're never going to find a real woman? It sucks. Okay, you whack off on... What does whack off mean? You speak American, right? English? What do you mean by that? Whack off. Anything that gets a laugh gets a rim shot tonight. Even the rim jobs. Unfortunately, some people don't have humor and don't understand a word I'm saying, so I'm going to dumb down this conversation to just talk about the issues, okay? I think it's important. We will shut guest chat off if this continues, so you're on your last leg here, buddy. We want to get a real credible conversation going here. Channel 3000. Oh, good. A blackface guy, okay. Other people are doing it too. No, I'm not gay at all. I'm actually, women like me. Women find me very attractive. And I find them very attractive. I have to hold back, disable guest chat. Why are you saying that, 562? Disable guest chat. Well, you don't have to imagine. Let me just take my clothes off and I'll show you what I look like. We are talking real issues, Ron. I'm just thankful that I can read 6,000 words a minute. And if I wasn't able to, I couldn't even see your word. Pulled pork is a tender. I like pulled pork, yes. Personally, I don't like the salt levels, so what my dish is doing right now is cooking in its own heat. I leave the thing on the burner, I just let it set. You'd be surprised slow cooking that way. You start it up at a level 5 or 6 on electric oven or at range, and it cooks perfectly. Yukio, you too are suffering from what is called homosexual panic. Yes, Yukio Mishima is suffering from homosexual panic in our chat room, live. Yes, you cannot hide your gayness. Sarah is not a transgender, she's a gorgeous woman, and I'm so happy to have her in my life. Hey, let me use some of the technology around me right now to purify your thoughts and show you what a great person Sarah is. Okay, she'll be in a little while if you haven't seen her. Slow cook. Here was me in my earlier days when I was a surfer, like 3 weeks ago. And that's Sarah. That's a really good example of Sarah. Sarah. Okay, I'm done. All you do is post refresh. What? Thank you. Goodbye. Yeah, post refresh. So everybody, he's telling you how he does his attack on the show. He realized that, man, he really moved me up in the ranks on people. Thank you. If I disabled guest chat, do you think I'd even get near Amanda in the ranking tonight? Hello. Or this other guy, T. Rucker? Yeah, Hall & Oates. Rodney doesn't have going. Basically, we know what's going on. We have no idea who this Rodney character is, but I can tell you he doesn't bother our show at all. He's completely inert in my eyes. So we've got Justice Scalia with a pillow over his head, staying for free at a Texas resort run by a very rich Democrat named Poindexter. And not one single autopsy was done on Scalia's body. Now, I don't know if they're going to cremate him or not. Has anybody heard the word on cremation? Well, that's nice, Sheriff John Brown. I would gladly allow these people. In fact, I'm going to be very beneficent here and say unban all. Dun, da, 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 da. And then, on top of that, I'm going to ban Jim Mint 1 and 1. No, it's not okay. Sanders doesn't have the ideas we have. Once I gain popularity, you'll be voting for me. Once I get 1 minute of mainstream media attention, you'll want to vote for me. But I understand your concerns. You just want to vote for a winner and you don't want Donald Trump. I get you. I understand your mindset. I'm not judging you for that. But I believe me, when I'm up there in the polls, you'll want to vote for me. I'll win your vote back. I don't ban anybody. I agree. No, Topper Dan, his biggest problem was he pretended like he wasn't selling penny stocks for a living, when I remembered from the beginning of his chat that he sold penny stocks for a living. I don't like people that are bottom feeders and, scavengers like that, who fleece people, call them up and go, hey, Mrs. Smith, hi, I know you're in the nursing home, but I really would like to know if you could look at this amazing stock that we've got a great portfolio on Depends Underwear. It's a growing stock, ma'am. Yeah, you can get in at 1 penny a share. Yeah. Ironically, if you invest in Depends Underwear right now, you could become a millionaire someday. I'm not kidding you, but that was just something I threw out there. I plan on helping the veterans through the VA mobile medical system that I'm going to deploy. As soon as I become president, without Congress's approval, we will be able to fix the VA. There is money still in the Superfund from 2007. I'll draw $2 billion and start. In your passing, you endorsed me. Thank you, Mr. Scalia. So Poindexter makes vans for UPS and FedEx too? Wow. Okay, I did not know that he is a UPS FedEx guy. We've been an item for nearly 18 years. Nearly 18 years, Sarah and I have been together. We started as companions, and then we gradually grew into a more romantic couple. Hawk, that's really cool what you just wrote. I like that. You see what Hawk just did? No, Sarah was 20 when I was 38. It was an 18-year spread. You guessed it, the tie is it's the color of poop. And the reason why I wanted to talk about this is the technology that we have will actually help with poop. Yeah. All the pollution in the world will be filtered using a brand new technology called beep, 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 which I developed and patented. Beep, 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 beep. I'm just kidding. I would love to be able to say that, but I haven't developed any technology and patented anything. I got the tie for free. It's better than a discount. So Poindexter's corporations do $1 billion, and I voted against him many times, and he killed me with a pillow. Really? Well, thank you very much, Mr. Scalia. Why would Judge Scalia go to a place where he voted against someone? And then I understand he met with Obama the night before. Can you corroborate that? I own only 3. 2 sport jackets and 1 JCPenney suit. I own the Howard Dean JCPenney suit that he bought the same year I bought mine. Remember that suit that he wears? I bet he still has it. No, the ties were given to me by a very, very close friend of mine. And I've known him since college. And he and I drift in and out of friendship at times, but, in the long run, he's always been there to call me up saying, "How you doing, babe? Hey, Dave, how you doing, man?" And I always look forward to that call at the end of a long show. Anyway, no, he just likes to, you know. All right, so I think that's pretty much covers the Pope-Trump disorder. We talked about that. We've got other issues that technological in nature that we need to address. We have been held back from creating solar panels that are efficient. So part of our plan is to actually get really efficient solar panels built for America. I'm predicting a carpet-like material made out of amorphous material, rollable, not like the silicate panels that they're making in China right now. I'm envisioning something that can be very indestructible. The connectors will have the same technology that the Ovinskys came up with. Now the Ovinskys are no longer living, but they gave us the amorphous panel technology. And I think I like the tie. The tie's good. It's designed to make you realize you're living in a world of crap. Yeah. Okay, black rain hits Michigan town. Let's take a look at that. So central to our campaign to help the country is building solar rooftops like this one in our homestead renewal plan. I'll cover the tie for you because I know you're sensitive to the color of crap. Hold on. So mystery black substance. Okay. Taking a look at mystery black substance in Michigan. This is good. I'm glad we finally settled down because at the beginning of my show, I did a really disturbing show because I couldn't read the chat. The suit, the JCPenney suit, was $103, and I bought it in the 1990s when I worked as a radio salesperson. I sold radio time, and I went into a local JCPenney store, and it was one of my thoughts was if I bought a suit, the guy would eventually, purchase some radio time. So I just, unwittingly said, well, yeah, I do need a suit for this job, and I'll certainly look at this. It was a navy blue suit, has pinstriping. It looked nice. It was worth $103. It was on sale, and I got it. But they never ordered any radio time from me. The guy screwed me over. I went back to that guy and sat in his office for, I'd say, 10, 15 times. And every time, he was leading me on the whole time. I tend to think people who lead me on are up to something else. Yeah. No, it's not. No, this suit is Chaps. This is a $39 coat that was marked down from $150. I'm just a very frugal guy. I told you how to make a dinner for 4, a pork stir fry tonight on our early show, and it was fantastic. I couldn't close the deal, no. I could not close the deal. I couldn't believe it. And I even offered him perks. I mean, spots as low as $1 a piece. It was amazing. I said, you could advertise locally for $1 a piece. I mean, what's the problem? I was bringing in pretty good bank here in the local area. I was actively pursuing sales for a couple of years in this area. And then I went into my own advertising business after that. I've never cooked venison. I've been served venison once by a guy who claimed to be a serial killer. So it's kind of hard to tell you for sure that I was eating venison. It looked like venison. It tasted like venison. He said it was a little rank if you don't prepare it right. It tasted okay. No, I don't think I ate human, but later in the night, the conversation got a little weird, and he said that he was a serial killer. And, I had no proof that he was a serial killer. You cook it rare? Okay. I had no proof at all, so I have to just strike it off to, I know who the guy is, but, I can't really say, and I can't verify it. It's weird when somebody walks up and they tell you they're a serial killer, Kind of the kind of person you want to avoid. Okay, let's take a look at the mystery rain from there, and then we'll look at the global village construction and open source tech ecology. And I've got a couple links in here about weird wrenches, 3D wrenches, and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, so people that kill kill cereal. I don't know how they do it, but I guess you take the box and you just blow holes in it or something. No, he wasn't the Green River Killer. He's been locked up. This guy's still walking around claiming he's some sort of a serial killer. I can't help anybody at this point because I can't prove that he's a serial killer. If I could, that'd be a different story. And the FBI never returned my phone call. So I guess I, kind of hanging out there to dry going, gee, I'd love to talk to you guys, but they never call back. What do you do about America's water supply? I'm trying to ignore it personally and do point-of-use filtration. Yeah, it's so bad. The New York Times said that it was 50% of our water is toxic in an op-ed piece. Yeah. It could be a cry for help, but I'm not about to help some guy who says he's a serial killer. You don't want to get close to people like that. And again, I have no proof that he is. There is that one missing girl, though, in that area 25 years ago. But I can't prove that he's connected to the death of her. I wish I could. But anyway, like I said, the FBI doesn't call me back when I leave messages. Okay, that's another problem. Running for president and getting no response from an important agency like that bugs me. Jimmy, we're all kind of facing toxicity here. I started the show off talking about how corrupt and gross the world was, and I'm going to help you open your eyes to the possibility that you can figure out why the world's so gross. Well, come on. Leaving your message and not getting a response. Do I look like I work for the CIA? Seriously? God. Of course I don't work for the CIA. Is this guy, what guy is that? What guy are you referring to? Me? No, I'm not gay. Hey, Walking Dad, how are you? Many of you are suffering from a lack of contact with human beings, so you're slipping into sociopathy. Some of you feel like you're getting poisoned in your environment. I'm here to help in any way I can, as a communicating politician to touch down on issues. Point-of-use water filtration is clearly the only way to solve our water problem. People who have got fracking issues, like that movie Gasland, America will automatically, under my plan, the EPA will actually deliver free water filtration systems to areas that they're troubled with fracking. So you won't have to pay big bucks for filter changes. No, I think the whole world is being poisoned. I'm not, ironically, because I use triple filtration on everything I drink. Otherwise, it'll contaminate my precious bodily fluids, Mandrake. Jimmy Durante, you got drunk, you embarrassed yourself, your life is not ruined. No. It looks suspicious if you continually ask about me being gay. And any type of demoralization statements are purged in the show by our auto-purge system. Yeah. That's okay. You can ask more. Once is enough, really. Yeah. Anything demoralizing or derogatory toward us is auto-banned. But we can only purge in this network. Our other networks are being trimmed by similar techniques. Well, I don't like being accused of that I'm gay because I'm not. It's... How many of you straight guys like being called gay? It's simple logic here. Okay, let's take a look at that. Here we go. Mystery black rain hits Michigan town. Tar-like substance falls from the sky. Folks, they are dumping so many chemtrails in the sky. This is what happens when you do an entire population in the you-know-what, Larry. Yeah. The black oily substance first appeared on at least 6 driveways in Harrison Township, Michigan on Sunday. It's seen on residents' rooftops, cars, porches. The Department of Environmental Quality in Michigan collected samples of the substance. Residents originally believed the substance could have come from the nearby Selfridge Air National Guard base. And the air base released a statement it was not coming from their area. This is the goop that accumulates, I'm pretty sure. Across the nation, this goop literally is pulling carbon from the air. Not only does the silver iodide pull water, but it also acts as somewhat of a filtration system. When they geoengineer the skies like they're doing, oh, they are. Chemtrails are very real. We have this conversation every night, and it's so difficult to have a conversation with people that deny what's already accepted in the scientific community as happening all the time. So I have to continually bring back the show to the simple fact that NASA has even admitted it. So just get your head out of your butt there and realize you're getting dumped on every day.
Right. There was lithium dispersed, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it. I think you might be under some misconceptions about what we're doing, but I'm happy to tell you any details needed.
Well, I know that it says in your article that you're doing it for communications.
Okay, I'm happy to talk to you more about it. There are many reasons we're doing it.
Okay.
We don't understand how the wind in the upper atmosphere moves.
Mm-hmm.
In these chemtrails, there's different kinds of chemtrails, as you probably know. Different trails at night we use and different trails during the day. The wind blows them around. They glow either on their own or from scattered sunlight.
All right, yeah, that pretty much clarifies the problem right there. No, it's not. No, I've got over 50 videos that back me up on chemtrails. You would not believe all the photographs we've got. One of the most compelling photographs came into the show last week, which will put this conversation to rest. I will show it to you because you weren't in the show last week, obviously. It's difficult because this is the most compelling footage I've seen. This was taken off a geomapping of the Earth done by a satellite, and it's called a blanket chemtrailing. This is it. Let me expand the image out. That's it right there. Okay, so you can see the lines of chemtrails that literally lining the sky in a geometric pattern. They go back and they turn, they go back and they turn, and they drop the chemtrails above areas they need to change the chemical format because they're using electromagnetic frequencies resonating harmonically through the atmosphere using a program, and you can look this up, folks, called HAARP, High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project. And it's an amazing tool that we developed after Tesla died. Tesla gave his secrets to 5 separate nations, broken down into separate patents, and whoever bought those, you knew that, I know you knew that, whoever bought those patents was able to put it all together into a HAARP. I love my government. I just want to change it. So don't say I'm anti-government. And by the way, this purge system is constant. You know, having developed it gives me the ability to weed people out of the room that are just bad people. Okay, now we're going to talk about a rare dolphin that dies for a mob selfie. Look at how disrespectful humankind is to the environment, folks. Look at this mass of human flesh gathering to do a selfie with a rare dolphin that dies in their hands. Wow. Well, Tesla was not able to do that, 197, simply because that's just ridiculous. You don't want to let your pork get too old. Don't let your meat get too old, expired food chef. Well, the whole idea of going to Mars is absurd. Well, chemtrails could be a good thing if you see lots of silver iodide in the atmosphere, which is highly toxic and a grade D of birth risk for mothers who are bearing children. If you think that's a good thing, then maybe you're an elitist that wants to depopulate the world. Maybe you're one of those people that buys the Marxist statements that Hillary and Barack Obama support, which is depopulation. No, you don't have any intelligence. You wandered in here because you're wondering why the world's so screwed up and you can't even open the door on the truth. You can't handle the truth. Oh, this is amazing. People are like gathering two Franciscan dolphins were ripped from the waves near Argentina resort last week, then manhandled ashore where they were passed around a clutching mob seeking cute selfie moments. In the process, at least one of the intelligent, playful cetaceans died from the experience. Franciscana or La Plata dolphins are unable to spend a long time out of the water as their larger brethren. Oh God, isn't that sick? Look at that poor little dolphin struggling. Look at its face. You can just see it's dying right there, and they're like, "Oh, I want to be seen with this. Oh, yes, yes." Look at all these German ancestors with their blonde hair down in Argentina. Pope Francis allegedly is watching the show tonight. I find that very hard to believe. So any of you still having questions about them dumping crap in the sky, or are you a complete idiot? You want to remain a complete idiot, or shall I take this off the screen? For those of you who just come in as a complete idiot, I'd be glad to pull it off the screen. Whatever you want. You can't dispute what you see in your very monitor right now. I don't need to prove it. Your eyes can see the truth. Your eyes have seen the glory of the truth of chemtrails. They have seen... Come on, man. Remain stupid. I'm trying to help you out here. I'm trying to open your eyes. Well, let's be clear. All right? Have a hearty soul, shall you? Let's just make this a better world for all of us. We'll start the show fresh like I wasn't even here, and I won't call you any names. I'm sorry. I'm not afraid of saying I'm sorry. Yeah, we don't have a president that does that. Wouldn't that be great if a president said, I'm sorry, I made a mistake? No, I'm not a certain way at all. You keep dwelling on expired food, chef. I'm tired of you denigrating this show with your claims. I always cook fresh, 2-day-old food. No, I'm proving them right now, NSA agent. Again, try to not demoralize us. This is a purge tool that automatically purges your statements if they are demoralizing or degrading to our effort. All right? So they don't stay in perpetuity in the archives. Whew. Presidents should admit their mistakes, Carpet Muncher. That's been the problem all along. You know, Donald Trump is the kind of guy that, he's like Obama. He's an egomaniac. He's never wrong. We're not running from a basement. Many of you are just trying to figure this out, and I understand. It's not easy. You weren't dealt a big, huge set of cards there trying to figure this whole thing out. Perpetuity. Look it up. I do have a concept of free speech. But again, that's a demoralizing statement and derogatory. Could you focus on the issues? Because some of you Democrats and Republicans, all you can do is name call. I'm getting tired of that. I'm not going to talk about the tenderness of my pork. I haven't tried it yet. When I go in there and mix the two, the rice and the pork stir fry with the green peppers, oh, I'm telling you. You know, I love a little white sauce on top. I shouldn't say that. I have a temper? Well, normally I don't have a temper, no. Normally I'm pretty calm. I've only had a temper tantrum 5 times in the show over the past 7 years. You try doing a show 3 hours to 5 hours a night, like we did a 5-hour show last night, with having a temper tantrum only 5 times in 7 years. And they're quite tame, the temper tantrums. I never hit anybody. I've never hit anybody in my life. I'm dedicated to nonviolence. I believe the future is in nonviolence. Like Mahatma Gandhi, I was influenced by Henry David Thoreau, and it affected my life on Walden Pond, on behalf of civil disobedience. You know, I'm not Hitler, I'm not Donald Trump, and I'm not Obama. I'm an average guy who puts a tremendous amount of work into... No, there's no propaganda here again. You know, you're going to have to stop with the demoralization and focus on the issues. A lot of you are brain dead. And if you don't realize that you're demoralizing me in the process... Now, notice I didn't call any one of you brain dead. I just blanketly said a lot of you are brain dead. But you're saying there's something wrong with me, that a pacifist is a pussy. That's what you're saying. Don't in any way confuse my kindness with weakness. That's the biggest mistake you've ever made in life. If you take a person who's a pacifist like me and push me to the nth degree, say you were to break into my home with a weapon and put Sarah and I in mortal danger for our life, you'd have your brain splattered all over my drywall. And I wouldn't even blink. It would be instantaneous. So yeah, I'm dedicated to nonviolence, but don't screw with me. Okay? And don't threaten me. Another holistic doctor has died. Oh my God. There's a law in our state called the Castle Law, and it's like the Stand Your Ground law, but if you break into my home and put me in mortal fear of death, or Sarah, I'd have no other choice. Okay. There's a lot of things going on, folks. I can barely even bring it into focus. There was a woman recently killed from the Hutchinson Cancer Research, was found in a dumpster. I love salt and vinegar chips, but I'm a little salt sensitive. I don't want to overdo it. But yeah, they taste great. And by the way, I put lemon lemon spritz, they call it, the rind of lemon. I put that in my pork dish. I would have preferred, frankly, lime, but I had lemon, so it makes it actually makes a salt replacement. So you don't have, if you got a family member who's suffering from heart disease or high blood pressure, you don't want to go too much on the salt because that could trigger an episode. High blood pressure is usually something you want to avoid too much salt. We all need a certain amount of salt in our diet, but I've heard the argument that chemtrails are a good thing. I don't buy the science from David Keith when he talked about it. David Keith is on record talking about that. Let me go to his commentary.
I wondered if you could use the same physics that makes that thing spin around in the child's radiometer.
Yeah, he actually believes they're going to be able to push the chemicals scientifically, technologically speaking. He believes that they can levitate all the dark carbon particulates that are blocking the sun and also creating a ozone leak in the ozone layer. He believes that they can be pushed and levitated into the air. And let me give you a little bit of testimony from a TED Talk.
There are a bunch of other versions of it that I and some collaborators have thought about how to exploit, and of course we may be wrong. This hasn't all been peer reviewed. We're in the middle of thinking about it, but so far it seems good.
Okay, this is David Keith. He is the preeminent expert. Hi, Green-Eyed Girl, welcome. He's the preeminent expert on climate change and the use of chemtrails, and he has been very influential. Without peer review, without proving any of his ideas, the elitists listen to him, and they're constantly dumping chemicals in the atmosphere. Their ultimate goal, using aerosols of all things, which is toxic to the human beings, their ultimate goal is to push the carbon out of the air. There is one technical flaw. He wants to push all the carbon particulates from the ionosphere into the mesosphere, so it burns up. There's one technical flaw to what he's saying, and the guy is really goofy. Now, I'm fairly bright when it comes to mathematics and physics. I mean, I took college physics in my 15th year. I took college calculus in my 15th year. I was going to college in my second year of calculus. Anyway, I studied the mathematics behind his ideas of pushing this particle mass into the atmosphere, in the outer atmosphere. He's not accounting for any. I know, she's cooking chicken chili. I know, I heard about that. I cooked earlier, yeah. The whole show. You missed the pre-show. I cooked from 5 to 6. In 1/2 hour, I made an amazing pork stir fry, which I'll be bringing into the show later. People with my IQ don't usually go to college. Thank you. I know I'm not personally attracted to anybody but Sarah. I find a lot of women very pretty, and of course I'm excited by how they look, but I don't get into imagining what it would be like and fantasizing. That's something that is just not worth your time. It does look like Joe Biden is still reconsidering the run because Clinton possibly could be beat, but Joe Biden could be beat. I'm the only guy who could beat both Clinton and Donald Trump. I'm the only person out there who can do this. Okay, no, this guy is not an internet freak. This guy is a highly paid scientist with PhD in the subject of global climate change and climate engineering and weather geoengineering, all of that. Anyway, I don't support cap and trade. I don't support carbon point legislation. So bear in mind, I am not like the Democrats, but I am aware of a big pollution problem, okay? We need to talk about that, especially on Technology Thursday. All right. Now, who has zero credibility? Who are you talking about, Snappy? We are tracking Snappy. I like colored people. I like people of all different backgrounds, races, creeds, colors. The eye is pretty cool, isn't it? Stand by your woman. I don't do any more testing, Hawk. If you can't tell that I'm brilliant, then I'm sorry for you. So anyway, I ran his mathematics through a basic test. I found out he wasn't factoring in gravity. I find that rather strange. He believes somehow that they're going to levitate these particles out of the atmosphere. And what has happened, folks, is the particles don't levitate. They come crashing down on homes in Michigan. Mystery black rain hits a Michigan town. Tar-like substance. Yeah, he's completely oblivious to what's really happening. They are literally pumping so many chemicals in the atmosphere that it's killing off our planet. And it's making it worse and worse. And these imbeciles, these absolute imbeciles who call themselves elitists, they think they run the world, and they're doing this terrible thing by dumping chemicals in the atmosphere. They are the problem. They're creating even more pollution than ever before for no reason, because some idiot named David Keith, look it up, thinks you can levitate particles into the mesosphere. It's absurd. And I must tell you, without factoring in gravity and his calculations, the man is an absolute idiot. All right. We don't allow anybody you're now on the ban list. We don't allow anyone to spam in here. And working for Monsanto is not the worst thing in the world. It's just not something we agree with. We have a philosophical disagreement on polluting the earth and GMOs and the dangers of GMOs, cancer, and rats. We all know what can happen with GMO, cancer, and rats. The study has proven that they produce tumors in your body or in the rat's body. Are you a rat? Oh yeah. Well, check out these rats and just say no to GMO. You don't want to be a rat, but they're treating you like a rat, and people like this guy, David Keith, thinks he can just dump chemicals on you like rats in a rat cage. Bernie is not a revolution. He's an old man who couldn't fight his way out of a wet paper bag. And we will purge and ban anyone supporting anybody like Bernie or any other person. Unless they're derogatory gifts, I will not allow them in the room. I'm a pretty young guy. Yeah, Bernie's old. Thank you, Green Eyed Girl. We only allow politically correct gifts. Ones where I'm supported and other candidates are not. Well, that's a mistake, because I don't care what you support. If you want to support a guy who's getting funding from Goldman Sachs, go right ahead and suck the tit of corporate America. How can Ted Cruz be anything but a corporate guy? He's not a Tea Party guy, trust me. If you're a Tea Party person, you need to vote for me. There is no Saudi connection to 9/11 that I know of. Yeah. The 9/11 Commission report ruled that 17 or perhaps even 18 of the known terrorists that they allegedly named as the perpetrators were Saudi Arabia. There was no direct connection to the Saudi Arabian government whatsoever. No, I'm politically direct. I'm not politically correct. So you want to hear more of this imbecile who's ruling our planet right now with his nonsense?
But it looks like we could achieve long atmospheric lifetimes, much longer than before, because they're levitated. We could move things out of the stratosphere into the mesosphere, in principle solving the ozone problem. I'm sure there will be other problems that arise. And finally, we could make the particles migrate to over the poles, so we could arrange the climate engineering so it really focused on the poles, which would have minimal bad impacts in the middle of the planet where we live, and do the maximum job of what we might need to do, which is cooling the poles in case of planetary emergency, if you like. So this is a new idea that's crept up that may be essentially a cleverer idea than putting sulfates in. Whether this idea is right or some other idea is right, I think it's almost certain that we will eventually think of cleverer things to do than just putting sulfur in. That if engineers and scientists really turn their minds to this, it's amazing how we can affect the planet. The one thing about this is it gives us extraordinary leverage. This improved science.
This guy thinks he's Archimedes. We're going to ask you to leave the room, Dick, whatever your name is. Dick, whoever your name is. Now, the guy on the video is a moron. He wants to spend all kinds of effort to dump more and more carbon in the atmosphere, aerosol. He's sticking aerosol nanoparticles in your air. And you're going, that man's a genius. Well, I have a brand new battery system in my hybrid. I just put it in. Yeah. My car is like brand new and it's 15 years old. Okay. We don't want any ECV references in our show. You'll be banned if you do reference to anybody like that. All right. Thank you. One of these days, I'm going to give all of you mods, and I'm going to walk away from the show and not even do this. Okay, the Saudi men killed were trained by the CIA to return to the Middle East and were killed in the military-industrial operation. Okay. They had no clue they would be executed. Well, I don't even know if they're dead. There's evidence that some of the people named by the 9/11 Commission report are actually alive. Yeah, but the government never sought to meet them. They're in Egypt right now, living full lives. Only every 14 years do I replace my batteries. And my battery pack is giving me a cost savings of, well, I get about 5 miles per gallon more gas mileage when I use a battery than when I just go with my 3-cylinder engine. I gave up mods because I have this new technique I use, which is the purge feature. Okay, so let's talk about how this nutcase wants to push carbon out of the atmosphere instead of filtering it, and how GMO wants to stick all kinds of Roundup ready products out there for you to consume, which have proven to cause tumors in laboratory animals. And by the way, if you're saying that guy's article was purged, yeah, Monsanto got one magazine to purge it, but he recently won a lawsuit against Monsanto to have the article republished in another peer-reviewed magazine. He won the Paris suit. So this is a legitimate claim that these laboratory rats did develop tumors and the other ones that didn't have GMOs did not. So bear in mind, they're playing a very sick genocidal game against the American population. Killing the planet, killing the environment, killing you. Now it's a race really for us to find out how to stop them. And the only way we can do it is with a third party. There's no other way. That's why I urge you to get behind this effort. I have been running this campaign with a plan to do filtration of carbon, to clear the atmosphere of carbon as much as possible. No cap and trade legislation, no carbon point legislation. We'll modify existing spending projects that we have with companies like Idaho National Laboratories to actually develop and innovate products that will actually clean the smokestacks, clean and filter your air in your personal residence, and provide much better HEPA filter protection for the American people. The problem with HEPA filters is they're too expensive. We need mass production. We need standardization. And we need to mass produce these things so we can pop them in and out interchangeably from house to car to whatever. So as long as you, your family are protected until we stop this insane amount of chemicals in the atmosphere. The chemtrails are causing respiratory disorders. Situations like asthma have increased dramatically over the past 10 years. 10 years ago, children with asthma, 1 out of 81 kids had asthma. Today, the number is closer to 1 out of 31. In 10 years' time, and all this pollution, the asthma levels are increasing dramatically. No, my car is really cool. I have a really cool hybrid. Let me show you it. Many of you don't know. Beekman, we're going to stop the chemtrails, but we have to clean the atmosphere that they polluted. Just use your logic, Beekman. God, like I got to carry you through this with your hand, holding your hand. It's amazing. And we got to make up for their mistakes on top of stopping what they're doing. This is a huge challenge. Many of you are just completely lost, and I'm trying to help wake you up. But we're doing it in time. We're going to make it. Now, Beekman, you're using the same programming technique that the mainstream media uses to question everybody who questions the truth. You're simply calling people names. Dude, excuse me, but my cars are way ahead of the time. They're advanced. They're called insights because Sarah's car and my car look exactly like this. Mine has a racing stripes down the side, though. Their advanced insights were created because they're way ahead of their time. Thank you. Well, we're not making jokes about chemtrails and GMOs here. We're trying to stop them. Beekman, they're everywhere. Thank you, Fu Kingle. Some people call it a clown car. I love it. It's great. Well, now you're calling it a dork car. See, so you couldn't criticize me. Now you're criticizing my car. Bunny trails would be better than chemtrails. I like that. I do. And the number of allergies to peanuts and eggs is getting worse. Kids are becoming more environmentally stressed. ESS. You don't know what's going on with your kid, but they're developing rashes and all kinds of things. They are poisoning the population. What do you not understand? I mean, it's that simple. I'm trying to help you folks. Why else would I give all my effort to a third party and help to inspire you to do this politically and stop these freaks from polluting this entire nation and committing genocide? Their goal is to depopulate the world by 90 to 95%. And they have their little speakers out there that talk about it. People that own all kinds of water rights across the nation. People like Ted Turner. Ted Turner is a big investor in water rights, so he's behind the weather modification, as are the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers. Yeah. Here's Ted Turner on how he wants to get rid of 95% of the population in a 1997 Audubon interview.
We've got to stabilize the population. When I was born, there were
so what's wrong with the population? I mean,
with too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff.
But
if there were less people, they'd be using less stuff.
You know.
We're altering the climate and the world in so many different ways. And what we're doing is reducing the Earth's carrying capacity so that each year the natural world gets poorer and less able to support the increasing number.
Did it ever occur to him that he could share? The natural world could share? That people wouldn't have to become billionaires like him and own water rights over people? So the real problem with the dialogue of depopulation, which many of you liberals and Democrats and commies are talking about, is that it's being perpetrated by the elitists to get rid of the population. Instead of cleaning the air, instead of filtering the air that we breathe, instead of preventing pollution, they're dumping tons of chemicals into the atmosphere and getting away with it and producing the pollution that we see today, i.e. the chemtrails. So here I am driving my nice little efficient car here and doing everything I can as a citizen to, keep a low carbon footprint. I mean, my car doesn't pollute at all. And these people are dumping chemicals on our heads. They live underground. Many of these people have underground homes now. But the bottom line is the elitists would rather get rid of people than clean the environment we live in, that they themselves created the problem. Case in point, the recent Flint, Michigan lead contamination in the water system. It all points to Nestle. Nestle is a water bottler that drained Lake Huron completely. So the city of Flint had to turn to the river, which was polluted by Nestle, the manufacturer. So here you have a system where the corporations are desecrating the planet, killing off the water supply to the community, and we know people who live in Flint. Well, unless you got something really indicting on Poindexter, did he meet with... Okay, well, that I can't help you with. We've got some interesting troll messages from none other than a guy named Antonio Scalia in our room. I'm going to add that to the chat blog notes. So it is interesting what you're saying. I'm not negating it. It did occur to me that there is something to this Poindexter story. I don't know if he met with Barack Obama the night before Justice Scalia, but Obama's connection to Poindexter is well known. So thank you for that reference. I don't know if I would be shaking Hillary Clinton's hand. No, at this point. There's too much water under the bridge. You realize that in order to... Why should I do an Amanda T site when I'm talking about politics? Well, believe me, if she wanted to come into our show and interact live with the camera, I would simply grab her show and bring it in and she'd talk to me. It's not interesting because you don't know what anything I'm saying. You have no idea what I'm talking about. I've been completely censored from the media. Why would I go to these events? Yeah. It's amazing that many of you don't understand that. I don't ramble at all. In fact, a lot of our stories are very, very focused and beamed onto what we need to do, how to fix the country. The presidential town hall meetings aren't discussing any of the real issues. Not one of them is talking about vaccinations right now. Not one of them is talking about the dangers of GMOs. Not one of them is talking about Fukushima and the leaking radiation from that unbelievable problem. Not one of them is, that's a good show, Blacklist, I like that. Not one of them is talking about the possibility of ending war. They're both fighting a war against an imaginary terrorist group called ISIS. Seriously. No, they won't allow me on the screen. I'm telling you, it's not about being nutty. It's about talking about all the issues that are important. Many of you have been dumbed down and lied to so long you have no clue. Yeah, Pillow Overhead, welcome to the show. Has anybody created the Pillow Overhead username yet? Dude, I'm not crazy at all. I have no history of mental illness. I'm talking about the real dangers affecting the nation. We're not going to allow you to come in here and demoralize the show, so you're out of here. Well, Trump has not addressed. No, I've addressed the 9/11 fraud. I've addressed 9/11 for 7 years, Snappy Smurf. And I've been talking about it possibly being an inside job for the past 7 years. Did Trump say that? No, he hasn't. He merely attacked Jeb Bush with the 9/11 thing. Trust me. It's just to pull Jeb out of the race. Do not promote sick porno sites on our show. Thank you. I don't need to get in Jeb's face. I'm the guy who addressed 9/11. Believe me, Trump has never really addressed 9/11 full on. I'm more than willing to talk about it, so much that I have a Tuesday show dedicated to it. I don't want marijuana. Yeah, that's not the secret to solving the world's problems. Trust me. Nope. The controlled media has created a race between two absolute imbeciles. Bernie on the left and Hillary on the left, make it 3, and Donald on the right. Hillary is still leading the polls, by the way, in case you didn't know. Thanks, Mr. Mojo. Well, Snappy was in the show last night. I don't know where he's coming now. He's a closet Trump supporter. It's pretty obvious. Snappy, your days are numbered here. Sorry to say, you'll be banned shortly. I'm afraid people don't understand the importance of reaching out and questioning things. Your eyes are closed. My eyes are open. Yep, Hillary's a crook and she follows commands, you're saying? That's a good assessment. It will not be a Bernie showdown. The polls are rigged. And you people have been led to believe that you are living in a nation of democracy. No way. There's no democracy here. All right, I'm going to show you the Rothschilds and talk about how they are actually not only manipulating the weather, but monitoring it. Now, you think you'd have weather.com, right? But you don't need weather.com because they created myweather.com.
Is any part of our government actually working with aliens, if you want to use a shorthand term? It's not a good term, but let's say...
Wrong video, sorry. Yeah, HARP is causing all the crap. Yep, I agree. myweather.com. You know that Henry Kissinger is behind the whole thing.
What do you think the most important thing is for Barack Obama? Obviously, you're here to talk about the anniversary for U.S.
The perception of him is so extraordinary around the world. I think his task will be to develop an overall strategy for America in this period when really a new world order can be created. It's a great opportunity. It isn't such.
Really, a new world order can be created. It's a great opportunity. No, we actually are very, very positive about Jewish people. We like Jewish people. Yep. We don't have a problem with Henry Kissinger being Jewish. That's not the problem. He's a Zionist. I don't like Zionists. Kissinger is his triple agent name is Heinz, and I don't mean Heinz ketchup. Well, he's obviously thinks he's more than you. He sees all of our men and women that fight in wars as being pawns, stupid pawns. He's openly stated that. No, Sponheim is a German name. Unlike Trump, who will not honor his German heritage with his real name, Drumpf. Drumpf is his real name. His grandfather got rid of his name, turned it to Trump. But anyway, I've kept my name, David Sponheim, and I will continue to keep my name because I'm proud of my German ancestry. My family left Germany in 1100 AD. No. What's true? No, Sponheim is a German. There's a castle, Sponheim. Let me take you to the castle. Trump doesn't have a castle named after his name. I do. I'm amazed that you people don't realize that you're being deceived constantly. I'm having kind of a hard time accepting the fact that you're that dense. Many of you don't realize how Trump is buying his way to the power and has used manipulative tactics, which the media, had I been in the media, I would have ripped him apart verbally. But since I'm not part of the media because they've got a censorship thing going against me, I can't get in the race. I can't rip a new one for this guy. I could rip him a few new ones. But it's kind of pathetic the way many of you have fallen into the attitude of thinking you're going to vote for a guy who claims to be rich. You're somehow going to solve the world's problems, not realizing that people that are rich exploit people all the time. That's what they do. And that's been a problem ever since the beginning of time. So here you are doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, which is a sign of insanity. It's just classic. It really is. Okay, I'll pull it up from the library. Yeah, so I'm trying to guide you toward a better future, and if you can't accept that fact, the fact that I support non-GMO food, I want to clean the environment. I come from the Sponheim town originally, my chromosomes do. And this is an actual castle behind me. Yeah, this is a castle that my family built in around 1100 AD. Prior, it took many centuries. Well, you don't have to read it. It's just talking about the castle. The castle Sponheim. So I really have Germanic heritage. I'm not Jewish, but if you want to look at the reality that Trump is so not willing to admit his Germanic heritage that he changed his name, like Jewish people change their name. Many people, like Mr. Rosen, is actually Mr. Rosenzinski or Rosenplatz, something like that. I'm not a Nazi, though. My family left Germany in 1100 AD, so whoever stayed in Germany still bears the name Sponheim is way back. I mean, we're relatives, but it's so far removed, it's ridiculous. Yeah, there you have it. Okay, let's get a little link in here to show you my name. We're being censored, Mr. Mojo. Yeah. If you don't recognize that, you've got a problem. Okay, we got a call from Skylar. Hey, Skylar. What's up, man?
How you doing, Dave?
I'm pretty good. I'm just showing people the castle.
I wanted to ask you about what you thought about Putin outlawing the corn and soy imports from the United States, specifically GMO.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I agree with Putin. GMOs are dangerous. I see the laboratory results right here of tumors in rats. Our country is clearly standing behind mega corporations and not recognizing the truth about the dangers of GMOs. So yeah, I agree with Putin, and I don't have a problem with him banning anything coming out of our country right now. I understand it. I could have a rational conversation with Vladimir Putin without any problem.
don't you think it's weird that they make us think all this bad stuff about Russia, and they seem to be doing everything that I would want my country to do?
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of strange, isn't it? We're finding out that Russia's actually keeping GMOs from being grown in Russia, and now it turns out this big push for Ukraine by our government and by the World Bank is actually to get Monsanto into the Ukraine, buying up cheap property and pushing GMOs into an area that's going to cross-migrate with all of the GMOs, the non-GMOs of Russia. Hi, Sarah. I just want to say hi. Take your time. There's no hurry. Of course, I'm not a flat earther. I don't even believe in aliens.
How would you consider the United States and Russia joining together?
I have no problem working collaterally with other countries, Russia and China, to help improve the environment. I think our biggest crisis...
No, not China.
Not China?
Russia and the United States.
Okay, Russia and the United States. We can certainly work together, absolutely.
Like just between each other.
You know, I don't want to bring China into that loop. They have their own Sino-Soviet relations from way back that are separate. But I do believe that we could work with Russia to make our nation non-GMO as well. We need to eliminate the power of Monsanto, and the only way we can do that is with a third party. The two parties will never pull the legs out from under the corporate connection Monsanto has. So clearly a third party is the only way we're going to solve this. Clearly. There's no other way. But I'm building a third party like my family built this beautiful castle. All of these rocks were hand carved. Hundreds of years it took to create this castle in Germany. And I got to tell you, as a person who has this kind of heritage, I see a need for this type of dedication. And that's why we put this third party out there for everybody to see for all these years, because we really believe it's the only way. Yeah, you want to Google it?
Yeah, I'm a descendant of Kaiser Wilhelm myself.
Oh, okay, Kaiser Wilhelm. Yeah, he got a bad rap when the Nazis took over. They saw Kaiser Wilhelm as the problem, when in fact he was just managing a problem that was already persistent in their society. And it wasn't just the Jewish people that were the cause of the problem in Germany. It's Zionism, really, at the very heart of Zionism. And to me, Zionism isn't just Israel trying to create a state or a nation. We're never going to go back in time and eliminate the state of Israel. There's evidence they may have a doomsday bomb, so we're not going to threaten Israel. But we don't want overtaking Zionist control over our nation or any other nation, and their fingers are deep in our political system. AIPAC is something I won't take money from. I will never take money from AIPAC, because that is how they're using their power to control our destiny as a nation, and we've got to sever that tie. As president, I will do that. So if you're against Zionism like I am...
The Prime Minister, he said that if Israel goes down, everybody goes down.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't disbelieve Netanyahu at all. I think he's right. He raised a very interesting point about 4 months ago. He said that Hitler was actually receiving orders from a very wealthy Palestinian who's telling him to kill the Jews. And that there's evidence that may be true. I have no hatred for Jewish people. I do not in any way dislike Jewish people. I'm just concerned about Zionism and an overtaking powerful authority that has tons of money.
Supposedly it's the Ashkenazi Jews that are taking over.
It could be.
Israelis.
It could be. There's Israeli Ashkenazis.
Palestinians who have real Hebrew blood.
Right. All I can say is this religious war has got to take a back seat to the reality that we're facing a bigger war now. It's called survival of the human species. And we're dealing with an environmental crisis. And it's caused by the same people I'm referring to as Zionists. These people who own the world, the Rothschilds, who have absolute power, they own our Federal Reserve. They're the real problem. We need to stop that and pull
Well, I got one more question for you.
Sure.
If you're talking about survival.
Yeah.
What, have you got the Cobra 380 ACP yet, Dave?
No, I haven't purchased that, no. I'll check it out. What is it, a gun or what?
You really should. It's a small handgun, perfectly good enough to, kill anything you need.
Okay, Cobra 388, wow.
It's $150.
Are you sure it's not a car?
Bucks.
Okay. Okay, it's a 38?
380 ACP.
388.
3.380 ACP.
Oh, okay.
4.32.
All right, let's take a look.
It shoots both rounds. It's versatile.
Oh, okay, great.
Like.
Okay. Good to know. Cobra .380 ATC handgun. Looks like a very durable gun.
ATCP.
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 Oh. ATCP.
Alpha Cobra. Python.
Okay. You know, I don't normally talk about the technology of guns, but, you know, we've seen a lot of technology come our way with
you
guns.
Need something a little better than a BB gun, seriously.
Dude, I don't talk about my weapons, you know, except on a video.
Oh, you need to get a gun whether you're going to talk about it or not. That's all I'm saying, dude.
Oh, dude, I wouldn't talk about my weapons if you paid me. I don't talk about all the great guns made in America. But this
What's
guy
up,
does.
YouTube?
Well, until you get a gun,
Cobra
you won't ever earn my respect
FS380.
or my vote.
$120 gun.
Well, I don't. If you need to actually have me hold a weapon in front of you and talk about my gun, then you're probably on a level that I can't even reach. You're out of your gourd, man. You actually have the mindset that you're going to tell people about your gun on camera. What kind of a person would do that? Are you an imbecile? Do you realize that your weapons are going to be used against you? If you walk around bragging about your arsenal, what's that going to take you? Hang on, I got to do something. Oh, okay. Cool. Sarah did it for me. Yeah, your weapons are your protection. The last thing you need to do is brag about them, man. You're just, yeah, you're not going to go anywhere.
I'm asking you to brag about them. I'm asking you to just go and buy one.
You really seriously think I don't have a gun? I'm a sharpshooter, and you're actually seriously thinking I don't have a gun. All right, we're done. Wow. These are the kind of people that call in that actually think that if he talks about his guns, he's more safe. Can you imagine the mindset of this guy? He actually thinks that talking about his guns are going to make him more safe. I find that absolutely bizarre. You're being targeted. Ironically, no pun intended. Well, actually, pun intended. You're going to be targeted by talking about your weapons, man. God, I can't believe anybody be that imbecilic. And I'm glad I don't have his vote because he's an imbecile. They want to trigger a reaction from you reactionaries. So that's why the government is so in your face all the time. That's why they took down Lavoy Finicum. Because they want to send a message saying you people need to start and that message is to arouse anger in a country that needs to be calm. My father is a decorated war hero of World War II. He taught me how to shoot. I don't walk around bragging about my abilities. I don't walk around telling people I'm a sniper expert. I have an excellent ability to shoot, okay? I don't need to brag about it. I don't need to brag about my guns. I did a video about my guns in which I talked about some BB guns, but come on, seriously? That's a joke. Talking about your weapons isn't going to make you any more safe than you already are. In fact, it's going to jeopardize your safety. You're going to fall into the category of enemy combatant in the future New World Order that's being laid out for you by Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and now Donald Trump. Many of you don't realize that my dedication to nonviolence was because my father had killed over 100 men in Japan, or in the Marianas, excuse me, wasn't in Japan. He was in the Marianas and Taipei, and he fought in 3 tours of duty in World War II. My father was a decorated war hero, and he didn't want his son to be violent, but he taught his son to be safe and defend himself with the state-of-the-art technology. Now, I can tell you, there are guns out there right now you can leave in a gutter and let rot and are rusted. You're a Skyper. You can let your guns rust in water. There's only one brand of gun that will survive a rusted experience and then shoot. And that gun is the beep, beep, beep. So if you're interested in buying that weapon, beep, beep, beep. Hey, you know, I've done nothing wrong to anybody. And I've never hurt anybody. I've never cheated anybody. I've never lied to anybody. And you want me to go to jail? That's pretty sick. Yeah. It's pretty sad. You guys are it's obvious you're afraid because you see when they come out our show with such ridiculous attacks on my character, they're grasping at straws. It's crazy. They have nothing else. They tried accusing me of being a drug dealer. I've never dealt drugs. I don't even do drugs. They tried accusing me of being a mental patient. I have no history of mental illness whatsoever. They come in here and now say I should go to prison. Yet I've done nothing wrong to anybody. You see how screwed up these people are? Yeah. Well, having fought for your freedom, my father was not proud of the fact that he killed 100 men. But they would have killed him, and he did. He slept among dead bodies with maggots crawling out of them to survive. That's the kind of stock I'm made of. So if you think for a second that I'm just sitting here with no defenses and I have to brag about weaponry, that's ridiculous. Oh, thank you, Amanda. It's the wet look. I understand you had quite a show, or still are having quite a show. The chicken chili turned out well? Well, Sarah just brought me a little sample of my dinner in one of these tubs that she makes. You know, I'm trying to help people understand believing is this first step. Supporting what we're doing is another step. Look at this woman, a Canadian woman, built her dream house out of containers. These are the same kind of containers you can buy for $2,000 a piece. Oh, it is good, yeah. It's a lunch item that Sarah makes with all the different things in it. It's really good. She's mixing them together and packing them away in the freezer right now. She saves money by not buying lunch every day. And I get to have some nice dinner. It's a good dinner. I fed 4 people with the pork stir fry. It's a curry pork stir fry. I can feed 4 people for $3. It looks great, yeah. It is healthy, yeah. And I made scampi the other night. Sarah doesn't want to cook. I don't push her. Everyone has their own space. Everyone likes to do their own thing. Sarah likes to bake sometimes, but she's not a regular baker, and I'm glad she isn't, because otherwise I'd be gaining a lot of weight. You saw scampi night? Cool. Well, you missed the pork stir-fry night. Okay, this result is amazing what she's doing. The house has panoramic windows that yield good natural lighting to the interior. She put a wood veneer around the outside. This is amazing. I love the design. I absolutely love what she did. It's cool. She built one of those sites. Oh, cool. What do you have there? Oh, a baked item. Cool. Very cool. Okay, Sarah, I guess I should eat because I'm getting hungry.
There you go.
Thank you. All right. Let me make some room for you. Okay, we're going to drop out of the discussion of this cool house. And if you want to find out how to get that house, let me give you the link. Somebody brought it to me earlier. I think that was a scissor fight. Yeah, and this is Sarah. I'm going to pull the Castle Sponheim down and bring on a cool background. And I'll be back in just a bit. Oh, we've got a little, yeah. Okay, I'll be right there.
Okay, fantastic. Enjoy your dinner.
Thank you.
I reheat what David makes, so it saves a lot of money instead of going and buying a frozen dinner for $2, $3, $4, $5. David makes these rice dishes or sometimes pasta dishes, and then we freeze them in these containers, and then that's, instead of buying a frozen entree, that is my frozen entree. So it's very good. Thanks, Amanda. Thank you, 625. Yes, I like to smile. I like to smile for people for sure. You think my sweater looks like it has a chemtrail all over it? That's funny. Yeah, I don't buy any frozen entrees. We make a big pot of a big dish of whether it be a rice stir fry or a pasta dish or something like that. So I can't say that I would Snappy Smurf. Maybe, I don't know. All depends on how sealed those containers are. Yeah, seriously, I agree with you, the Explorists. Can you come on as a guest cook and show how to make microwave banquet dinners? Wait, are you talking about how to make your own frozen dinners like David made? Or are you talking about how to take a previously made frozen dinner and put it in the microwave? Thank you very much. And Conan Scalia. Yes, exactly. Now, Sarah without an H means bitter. It all depends on the day, Hawk. It all depends on the day. Some days one, some days the other. It's always a challenge. That's it. On occasion. Yes. Well, I did do that 571 exactly. Yeah, civil probably the kids needing a lot of hand holding, probably the kids. What does it mean, the explorist? I don't understand that then. Oh, it's a 10 out of 10? Okay. Oh, i.e. a dime. Alright, well then I'm sorry I muted 6969. Yes, that's the ticket. Just continue to smile. Get through one moment each day. I'm here for a reason. That's it. Why? Or the more likely the question is, why not? 789, because I'm not. Oh my goodness. I'll just continue to breathe. That sounds like a plan today. Well, you can think that, and whatever you want to think is fine with me. Yes, exactly. You can't scare me. I'm a teacher. Wet Earth sky? That sounds bizarre. I guess I'll have to check that out. What does the BB mean, 611? Wow. That's that's a crazy story. I believe it probably is the truth, but very crazy. David said nothing of the sort. I'll take each day, Spectra. Each day. I don't know. Maybe. Yoga pants can be comfortable. They have to be, I think I have pretty long legs though. So I'd have to have very long legs for that. Like, oh, BB means baby? Oh, okay. Thanks 499 for bringing me up on that information. Yeah, that actually is good. Well, I'm not over 6 feet tall. I'm 5'11", so I'm nearly 6 feet tall. Wow, RX dude, that's pretty amazing. 66 degrees Fahrenheit. That's pretty warm. Thank you, 625. Thank you very much. Can I dunk on only a 6-foot basket? Maybe an 8-foot? That's about it. But not a 10-foot basket, no. Because that requires some jumping. And I don't have the legs for jumping. I have I think I have pretty long legs and a pretty long torso, too. I only think I have long legs because I bought these, what do you call it? I bought these they're base layer. They're a base layer, and I got them at Cabela's, and they're, after like 1 or 2 washings, they've like shrunk. So they go down to like, they almost look like capris on me. Not capris, but it goes down to like the middle of my calf. David got upset at a vendor because he was using lighter fluid on the meat. I don't usually get mad at people. Usually. Sometimes I do. But anyway, so I don't know if it was a base layer or if I just have long legs. I thought that would have been a valid weather location. Scalia? Strange. Well, yes, be careful what you read, I suppose. Something like that. There you go. How do you pull up weather? You don't have to have VIP to pull up weather. You just put exclamation mark weather, and then you can usually put space and then your usually you can put in your zip code. So there you go. That's it. All right. I don't know where I think I really appreciated David's father. I'll say that. I'm sorry, Monkey Times. Did you try going on our YouTube site or go to AmericasThirdParty.com? I don't know why David's not broadcasting on that other site. Well, it all depends. If it's during war and you're being told to do it, 256. If your orders are to follow certain directives. Maybe I'm too old, Hawk. Online 300. I'm sure you can keep looking and you'll find one online. No, it's really I'm stopping speaking, so you think I'm freezing, but I'm just not speaking at a rapid clip like David is.
Yeah, that was great. I added soy sauce to your dishes because I had inadvertently not added soy sauce to the meal because it oftentimes can be overdone. So I added soy sauce as a backup. Hi, everybody. Yeah, it keeps lagging. Okay, let me shut this off. Hang on. Yeah, thank you. We're going to pull down the picture in the back, which could cause a little video fragmentation. Yeah, we don't want that. We don't want the lagging.
That's not good either.
No.
So why don't you could have that one, but just leave it on a still image of it.
Yeah, I'm just going to go with the castle. It's easier.
I hope it's not like trying to upload all of those things to the server in the background, everything that you have checked. That would make it lag.
I'm sorry, what? I don't understand what you're saying. Whatever you see there is what's being uploaded.
Right.
Not other things underneath the image. Only whatever you see.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello, room. Guest 303. Why do you call people suckers? That's not a very nice thing to say to people.
Thanks, Mr. Mojo. I'll go there too.
All right. We don't have people coming to visit me because, frankly, my friends live far away, and Sarah's friends usually meets people, in the area where we live. So.
I forgot it asked.
Oh, I had to come over here to see the show? Okay, great. You missed me making a pork stir fry at 5 to 5:30. My audio is choppy at best. It shouldn't be. Are you serious?
Well, like I said.
That's weird. I don't have friends over at the house here because I really don't have a lot of local friends. It's Vaughn's problem. It's not on our end.
Thanks, Mr. Mojo. See,
Mr. Mojo said we're not lagging
on our actual website.
Yeah, Vaughn's been toggling our server capacity issue or something. Yeah. Well, we can sit here and talk about how we're going to save America, but it would be a mistake to tell you we're going to do anything, because we are unable to even get representation in the mainstream media. So we have a bigger crisis right now, and that's 7 years of broadcasting and no mainstream media attention at all. And it's up to you to keep pushing for a third party, but it's up to me to keep doing a show. Together, this is a partnership. We are seeing doubled voices on your end. Okay.
Well, that's because you have two browsers.
Yeah, you need to close your browsers. We will be keeping it up. I'm not giving up for any, election at all, except we're not sure I'm going to run in 2020. I'm going to find out that by 2019. I'll make my decision. We'll be testing the waters up until then, though, with our daily show. And America's Third Party will be constant. And we're going to keep pushing this message of communication forward. So the fact that not everyone is on the same page about their perceptions has hindered a lot of our growth. A lot of people don't like me talking about chemtrails. They think it's wacky, when I've got scientific evidence can verify that they are literally dumping particles in the air, manipulating our weather. Weather modification is called. And we don't in any way...
Oh, Monkey Times, I'm sorry you have a cold.
We don't in any way want to, forget the reality that this is a process that takes a long time sometimes. We're trying to preserve our beautiful environment. And because, if I move over here, you'll see it, but I've got waterfalls on either side of Sarah.
Nice.
And we would love to see a resurgence of technology, but they're not going to come up with any new technology because right now, big money is all about dominating technology. They're not going to come up with solutions to create energy efficient cars because oil is now cheap. The oil companies have more control than you can even imagine. And they've been using this lever, the price of gas, as their tool. So if you are paying $2 a gallon of gas, you won't really want to buy a Prius, will you? Well, last year alone, the sales of Prius dropped from 158,000 in the US down to about 53,000, which is a huge drop in Prius sales. So Toyota is having some problems. Japan's economy is shrinking by 1.4% per quarter, which not growing, but shrinking. And that's creating an unstable general feeling around the world that, we're not really moving toward better technology. We're actually moving away from it and creating more and more pollution. That's not the goal here. My goal is actually to get the government to use investment strategies like our ecological tariff of 15, which is a 15% tariff on products coming into the country, which I came up with that idea, not Trump. Trump borrowed it and doubled it to 30. And there's even talk that he mentioned 45% tariffs on Chinese goods. 15 is about all the world economy can handle. And it would only be in cases where people are actually polluting and really abusing human rights. Most cases, the fee would be waived if they submit a 15-minute in-camera edited video showing their process of production, and it met and complied with our standards. We don't want to see rivers like the Yangtze rivers completely polluted with all kinds of terrible toxins, which is the end result of this endless globalization plan that the Democrats and Republicans have been pushing. Now, I think globalization has helped some of us in some ways, but others, like the people living in China, are not helping. Trump has taken 5 of my ideas that I can specifically say, and he's been borrowing our idea with a fence, and he decided to create a wall. The idea of a 1,000-mile fence was my idea in 2008. I actually measured the distance we needed. And the idea of a no refugee status, which I said 2 years ago, and now we're seeing him hate on Muslims. Well, I never had Muslims under the crosshairs. I didn't personally target Muslims. Trump did. So that's not my idea to target Muslims. But I will not allow refugees into this country. No, I'm not kidding. An edited in-camera edited video will be adequate to give them enough proof, and us enough proof, that they're complying with our requirements. I'm not kidding. No. It's a very simple request. No editing, no post-edits, nothing done. It has to be in-camera edited from that one camera. And it takes about, an hour or two to do that, the production process. I did an in-camera, I did an overview edit of an entire process called the coking process. Before I met Sarah, I was actually videotaping a video documentary, if you will, for a deposition between a major oil company and a group of people that had their heads blown clean off. And it took me no more than 15 minutes to show the entire coking process on video for the court to see. So. Well, the video I have in my records shows safety chains going on the back of large handles that are used to control the valves for the coking process. The way they make gas, it's called the coking process. That's why the Koch brothers own the coking process designs. They make a lot of money on that. Well, the valves blew off, and one woman was standing there holding on the valve, and the valve is a huge metal thing that goes this big, and she was holding it on, and she was tightening it, and there was so much pressure in the system that blew her head clean off. They say she was standing there. The video surveillance said that she was standing there holding it with her head completely closed off, completely blown off. So families were suing big oil companies, and I did the videos showing the coking process, showing the safety chains. And I can assure you with emphatic truth, these safety chains are not enough protection. And our entire oil industry is an aging infrastructure. They were built in 1975. Most of these technologies were built in 1975 to 1980. Actually in the 70s. They were all constructed in the 60s and 70s. And it's terrible. We've got a situation on our hands where environment's getting worse and worse. Old technology's leaking. The coking process is ancient, and very, very inefficient. But it's the only thing we got. So I'm not against the industries that already make money. I'm supportive of them. I'm not going to penalize industry for polluting. I'm going to innovate and fix the problem. And we will make a partnership with businesses that have pollution problems to try to fix their problem. This is a much better and more proactive approach than what we've had with the Democrats, which is penalizing and never seeing any results. Companies are more inclined to pay the penalty than to actually fix the problem. Wow. Hang on just a second. Wow, I can't believe people are so disrespectful coming into the show like this. Okay, we're back to chatting. Sorry. So the Porter Ranch leak has just been sealed. Let me focus on that right now. You saw how this was a big problem last week. Well, experts in the field got in there and solved the problem. This was the amount of methane that was blowing out an artistic representation. And now it's safe. So here's dramatic footage of the actual closing of the leak. There's not much to it. It's just real simple. That's it, right there. See? So the leak is fixed. There it is, being shut off. This is
Is it actually shut off?
It's infrared. Yeah, this is probably infrared.
Oh, it's time lapse.
There it is, time lapse, and they sealed the leak, folks. So we're safe. Yay! You're in LA? Yeah. There's a lot of nasty stuff still floating around, yeah. So we support new technologies that will be revolutionary in nature, and if you want to talk about them, we can certainly do that. This is an idea I came up with in 2008 when we first started, which I think could be utilized. We could build vertical windmills like this Savonius windmill on top of power poles around the country. Imagine these for under $1,000. It's a great concept that could very well go viral and create a lot of jobs too. Now the cost would be $1,000 versus $1.5 million that current people like T. Boone Pickens charge for the big turbines. And the turbines won't ever pay for themselves. Now a lot of you are concerned about Justice Scalia and what happened recently with his death. We're still trying to piece this together. No autopsy is a telltale sign of a cover-up. Yeah, you could build one for under 100, right? And I could probably build it for 1,000, and the government could make a profit on it. I'm trying to build a profit margin in so we get money back from all these inventions. I'm not trying to in any way take any profit from any of this at all. Personal gain is not my agenda. I don't have any personal gain in mind here. Looks like a great idea. Nope, there's no cloth or metal in this. This is all carbon fiber. There's no metal in them at all. And there's no cloth either. It'll be a mesh, and a highly strong mesh. It's a type of mesh created that is super light, and it feels like steel. It's as strong as steel. God, I'm just overwhelmed by how many people just don't believe in anything. They've been trained to believe that everything's impossible. Mm-hmm. And none of them have any ideas in their minds. They're like almost brain dead. Mm-hmm. And they're just sitting there going, I like Bernie because he complains a lot like me. Or I like Donald because he's going to save the nation and make it great again. It's the mindless mindset of the right and the left. And we're really fighting fascism and communism here. Mm. The incessant push for communism by these groups on the left, which is Marxist in nature, it denies people their rights. And then you've got the fascist regime of Donald Trump trying to push for a IDing of Muslims, deportation forces, a greater and large police state, much like Hitler had. And the American people are oblivious to what's going on. They're like, well, I like either guy. It's absurd.
Fortunately, we have people that say, I like David Sponheim.
Fortunately, we do, but I mean, we are really fighting the brain drain of our society right now. And it's really shocking. In the past 7 years that we've been monitoring chat.
Or maybe they did it so they could have Obama pick him.
Yeah. In the years that we've been monitoring chat, it's been more and more obvious to us as time goes on that this has been going on and on and on, and no one can make it any better. The dumbing down of America. It's nothing we can do to stop it because they're using chemicals, they're using all kinds of tools to take our minds and flush our brains down the toilet. It's difficult. Teachers are having a strong problem with education. You're a teacher. You're finding a difficult time in general, just dealing with students, you know. My father was a teacher, and he was quite shocked that the level of discourse dramatically changed from 1965 to 1995, and now we're in 2016, and it's even more disturbing and difficult. Both my sister and Sarah are both teachers, and they've experienced this. Well, fascism is on the rise because they're training us to be either fascist or communist, one or the other.
Yes, Mr. Mojo.
It's a big deal. The replacement is, you know, without a true investigation into Justice Scalia's death, I don't believe we could possibly name a new replacement. We need to get to the bottom of what happened to Scalia. Isn't this irony? The greatest injustice of all, no full disclosure, no investigation. A guy was dead with a pillow over his head, and there's not one bit of justice being performed here. And we're trying to pick a justice to replace a justice in a nation that doesn't have justice. It just amazes me. I'll be back.
They could have autopsied him and found the truth, but it might be too late for that. Yes, yeah, exactly. It could change the it could change the way the interpretations happen. Yes, for the most part I do. Evil dance, mostly. I am where I'm supposed to be, so. Yeah, maybe you're right, Snappy Smurf. Maybe it is. I kind of do think that they, no, that's not how we met Sheriff John Brown. Yeah, maybe his nomination won't be confirmed. We met online. This is how we met Sheriff John Brown. Kind of like you and I are meeting, but there was no video at the time. There was chat, but no video. Crypto wars are escalating. Congress is planning a bill to force companies to comply with decryption orders. Oh, man. Well, online friendships, you just have to be careful with online friendships. That's what I would say. I'm not a big powdered egg fan, but I'm not a big egg fan in general, Explorist. Never really liked eggs. Well, yes, I met David, but I met David in a public place. I met David with people around. I think I took certain precautions when meeting David when I met him in real life. I do think it's one thing I don't like about Facebook is, as they said, that article I was reading earlier, I kind of do tend to agree with that article. It's you have to be careful of who you friend on Facebook, because I find what you just said rude, Explorer, so I'm going to purge you. But I think you have to be careful who you friend on Facebook. I would prefer to have 3 different Facebook accounts. That's what I would prefer, because then I would have one Facebook where I would communicate with my family. I would have one Facebook where I would communicate with people that I met on the show. And then I would have a different Facebook for... You were definitely misinformed. I would do a 3rd Facebook where I would interact with people that I know professionally. That's what I would prefer. I don't like how Facebook is set up currently. Yeah, definitely, Mr. Mojo. I agree something is probably is fishy going on. If you use MySpace for your professional contacts, do you find can I ask, is your profession music? I haven't heard of people using MySpace for a while yet. Oh, it has a certain user interface that screams careerism. Are you being sarcastic? I'm sorry, sarcasm sometimes doesn't come across in a chat room. I know some people use LinkedIn. Oh, good. Some people use LinkedIn for that. No. See, I can see that being sarcasm, the extra O's, and no, not sarcasm. But other than that, like your professional contacts on MySpace, the only people that I hear still use MySpace are sometimes musicians. And I'm kind of reluctant to even know how they do that. But anyway, I agree. It does. The demands for an autopsy to avoid suspicions from the public. That's why an autopsy should be done, and allow people to review the autopsy report as well. Because I get up too early, JPF. No, I actually wake up at a decent time. My problem is that for the time I wake up and the time I go to sleep are too close to each other. So I should go to sleep earlier, but I don't, because David does the show so late. So I stay up thinking, oh, I should stay up to spend some time with David. Stay awake late to spend time with David when I really should be asleep, like in 30 minutes. But instead of going to sleep in 30 minutes, I'll be staying up later. Get up at 3 a.m. in the morning. What time do you go to sleep? It's not that... No, my eyes aren't different colors. It's just a reflection of the screen. You go to sleep at midnight and you wake up at 3 a.m.? Goodness. How in the world do you function? I guess my issue is I barely function on 6 or 7 hours of sleep, and I would prefer to function on 10 hours of sleep. My body would love to sleep for 10 hours a day, but I refuse to do that, so that's what it is. So that's why I'm always tired. Yeah, I can't afford to take cat naps either. Yeah, so I guess some people might have different sleep requirements. My body is a requirement is 10, but I don't give it 10. If I were to really actually feel rested, I would probably need 10 hours a night. But I never do that. Okay. Yeah, see, Mr. Mojo, it's just not that good. Brain Force? What is Brain Force? Hi, Mad Dog, how are you? How have you been? I love the shirt you gave me, by the way. My grass is brown. It's like, I could see wearing that shirt and people like, what do you mean? You have blue weed? I mean, my grass is blue. Oh, I can't even think right now. Yeah, I probably should, Sheriff John Brown. Yeah, but by the time sometimes he wakes up to spend time with me in the morning. Oh, it's a product from that site. I don't know if I trust it. But yeah, I probably should just go to sleep. And then I go in and I'm like waiting for David, so I end up watching a Netflix show. And then one Netflix show leads to two Netflix shows, and that's not a good thing. Well, yeah. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll just start. My body is not designed to do that too. Plus, you're not supposed to, supposedly the best thing is not to be near any electronic devices, for 2 hours before you sleep. And of course, I'm in here, and then I go in and try to sleep. So it is what it is. I know, but I do that almost every night. I watch TV in bed. I know it's not good for me. A 65,000% rise in radioactivity of leak the tip of the iceberg for a nuclear plant near New York City. Is that the one out on 3 Mile Island or something? I do love this shirt, Mad Dog. Thank you so much. And I love the flashlight too. I have the flashlight right here.
Okay, so on the technology side, we've got some issues. So that's a cool flashlight. It's a tactical flashlight.
That's awesome.
We got some problems with technology tonight.
You got some problems with technology?
Yeah, it's just an immense problem because this computer, which we need to use on a regular basis,
right,
in order to get it to run right, has encountered a Flash problem. And even though I just downloaded Flash, it won't adapt to the browsers yet. So I'm going to start up again.
Yeah, we do have some awesome viewers. Welcome, Mr. Mojo. I'm glad you're here.
So this is Technology Night. I'm going to restart the computer again. And I've done this twice already, and it won't stick. It won't recognize the camera inside the computer either. When I do amazingly, I did the cooking show against all odds, and I couldn't even see the chat because the Flash browser was not working right. So. Well, the Flash has to be updated so that it can play the Vaughn show, and it won't even do that. So, that's the problem. Tighten my tie, thank you. Yeah, so 65,000% rise in radioactivity of leak at the tip of iceberg. It's the tip of an iceberg for a nuclear plant. Let's take a look at the nuclear plant that's tipping out. Buchanan, New York. This has been a problem ongoing for the country, yet our government and the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, has not done anything to complain about the reactors under Obama. The biggest problem with the Democrats is they don't want to be told anything negative. They feel it darkens their party or something, and they're the ones responsible for the negativity out there. That's the problem. And they won't even come to grips with that reality. Look at this. Indian Point Energy, which sits roughly 30 miles from the heart of Manhattan, has been plagued with safety breaches and leaks and has been the subject of deliberate cover-up since the beginning of the operations in the 1970s. The company reported alarming levels of radioactivity at 3 monitoring wells. With one well, radioactivity is increasing nearly 65,000%. This is the kind of thing that, as a president, I would be remiss in not addressing. I need to see Obama or somebody look at these issues up close and really move on them. We, the people, have a right to know what we're involved in right now. And right now, the Democrats just, they're like the three monkeys. They don't see, they don't hear, and they don't say anything. I used to grow up looking at these three monkeys my mother had. It was it was a blotter tablet when I was a kid, and in the old days they blotted their pens. And I would look at this as a kid and going, why is this monkey having its hands over its ears and the other over its eyes and the other over its mouth? And I never understood its implications until now. Because we literally are seeing a government that doesn't do a damn thing. I don't see anything, I don't hear anything, and I don't say anything. They're just trying to protect their history, how they're viewed.
Those are those Bilderberg meetings. It's like the Illuminati stuff, right? She probably hooked up with some guy wearing like a goat's head.
Thank you.
And then she goes out on TV and she's talking to people who drive snowplows, like she can relate to them. That's why
Okay, thanks for that. I'll look at this a little bit later. I didn't really get a chance to listen to it. And as you know, if we play it right now, we'll automatically be monetized by the show itself. So we can't play anything. We can only talk about it in the background. You're watching him all day? Is he funny? Look at this right here. This is your future. I wanted to, take a good look at what the future is for a lot of you. We don't make any money whatsoever, but what has happened is because we had to upload to YouTube, we had to become a partner, although we haven't monetized our shows. So whenever we play somebody else on a different network or any other network, they automatically slap a monetization request for us, which means that somebody else makes money on us when you watch the video. Man receives human tumor in the mail after ordering an Amazon Kindle. Boy, technology is kind of backfiring here. That's interesting. Thank you for fixing the flash on that.
I fixed it, you did.
Well, I guess restarting helped. Online shoppers shocked after being sent two more instead of Kindle. James Potton expected to unwrap an ebook when he handled a parcel from FedEx. Patient tumor specimen enclosed, it said. The package was sent from California to Royal Free Hospital in London, but ended up at his home in Bristol. Nice. It's always nice to have a tumor sent to you in the mail. Thanks. It's not a tumor. What is it, a specimen of a tumor? It's snot? Okay. Trust but verify. Everything on the internet must be taken as a lie until a proven truth. And I don't believe that Ronald Reagan ever even said the word internet. So I said it for him. The mug tonight is from a restaurant that I went to with my mother 16, 17 years ago. Nancy was going to go with us, but she wasn't quite feeling well from the Valium. Yeah, I got this from a restaurant called Red Robin. It was a promotional thing in the bar. I thought that was really cool of them to give me a mug. I looked at the price of our mugs on our website. I'm not going to pay $23 for a mug. I got to find you guys a cheaper mug. No, I have no affiliation with Ronald Reagan whatsoever. There is a commonality that we do talk quite a bit very similar. Many people were saying, David, we need you to sound more like Ronald Reagan. So I decided to become more of Ronald Reagan to run this third party. You're saying that Ronald Reagan talked like a homosexual? That's very derogatory. Well, there you go. I definitely admire what you're saying. If you want to interact with Ronald Reagan, you'll have to talk to my advisor, Ron Regan. Don Regan is right near me. He'll answer any of your questions. Boy, chat's really slow. I guess Amanda's doing really well on her chili show. I've never visited the Reagan Library, no. Gaston. Okay, guys, come on in. You can start ripping into me. I'm getting brain freeze with my supporters here. Thank you, Hooded Menace.
Well, hello there, everyone. Welcome to the show. So she's showing a little of her moves, huh? If I did yoga, you'd ask me to do my astrology chart. And I'd have to do a tarot reading, and I don't think Nancy's up to that. I told her to take only 2 Valium, but I think she took more than that.
Portable generator runs on water. Nice. Thank you. And you made this in your basement? We got a lot of new technology coming in. The final hour of our show will be really jamming forth with great new technology while we battle with our own. Okay, thank you. Are you prepared for an emergency? No.
Hola. Hello. Greg Potter from GVS Technologies here in Toronto, Canada.
Yeah, I don't know. They've developed a portable water power generator that creates a large amount of energy to run on our portable generators, generate power simply by adding water.
We want to talk about the features here. We went with the rugged tires.
I don't want to talk about the features. I mean, you're claiming this generator runs on water.
We went with the emergency stop button that shuts down the whole...
Oh, come on.
There's your floater. There's our power.
Now he's got the wet back out. Seriously, has this guy sold any of these things? Does anybody know? Can you check that site if it's not come on? I saw that site. I thought that's ridiculous.
Did you do impressions for your voiceover profession? Well, I did voiceover impersonations, but I never got paid for it.
I did a couple of spec films with voiceover, but I never was paid for my impressions. I was mostly paid for the a voiceover guy. Dial 1-800-555-1212. Meals on Wheels, okay. Well, I've been talking too much already. I can tell this 5-hour show is getting to me. Doing this early show with the cooking show, I went into it with the attitude that it's not going to be such a big deal. And as soon as the computer started up, it started downloading and picking up new... I mean, you know how many patches that Microsoft has to create. They call Windows the patchwork quilt operating system because it is literally a mountain of patches. And yeah, chemtrails have made your brain mush. I get it. That's not really funny, but thanks, Explorist. Yeah, it was too bad you were involved in watching Amanda do her yoga earlier. But thanks for coming in. Yeah, it's amazing how people, are flocked, especially guys, are flocked to women on the internet. It's kind of a phenomenon. If you're looking at a woman on the internet, you got most of the people are viewers are guys. Oh, you weren't watching Amanda? Okay, good. She was being featured a few minutes ago. I have a voice. I do a lot of voices. I have over 1,000 voices. I have never exploited my various impersonation of voices for profit. I've never made any money doing impersonations. And that's why I'm still living. Had I become like Steve Bridges, the guy who did the impersonation of Barack Obama 2 years after my blackface video, I did one in 2008, and then he followed in 2010 with his series of videos. And Steve Bridges died in 2012, which very suspicious circumstances. He looked like he was choked to death, but his official autopsy result said choked to death due to allergies. So something happened to this guy. He was an enormous talent. He did a blackface video of Barack Obama 2 years after mine, and he was profiting around the world doing it. He had gigs in China. He just got back from a trip in China in which he was...
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Steve Bridges as President Barack Obama.
God,
please welcome.
Sorry.
folks are hurting out there. Economy's tough. And I had to put that into words that ordinary Americans could understand.
So anyway, he found dead in his hotel room right after he got back from China in 2012. It was supposed to be a Barack Obama impersonation. It's pretty good.
So I told them, dudes, no tango dinero.
Anyway, he apparently Obama, the word was in the Beltway that Obama didn't like anything he did. I doubt Obama even knew I did my video. But this guy went public and he did a series of blackface videos, and he ended up dying 2 years later. So you're lucky you got a chance to talk to me. Because I didn't profit from my impersonation videos, I think it's given me an edge. I really do. Otherwise, they'd off me in a second. Yeah. I feel sorry for this country, I really do, because so many people have no idea what we're going to see in the future and how weird it's going to get. But if you've got good eyes and you can see the future just through sheer deduction and logical thinking, you'll realize that we're not headed toward a very pretty place. And to get to that pretty place, we're going to have to change ourselves politically, because we are being used by very powerful elitists as a nation. And they've controlled our political system using money. I asked people in the chat room the other night, how many of you would actually lie and claim that you were in a shooting of the government if their government paid you $1 million? And some kind of a shooting like the one down in Umpqua Community College? And not that you would be hurt at all, but that you would lie that you were a witness to this, that you did something. And we had more than 50% of our room say that they would gladly lie for $1 million. So when I say, is it possible for the government to be putting out false flags to make us fear guns, or possibly false flags to make us think that ISIS is this terrible threat around the world that we have to go start wars to continue to fight, then it's hard for people to understand that it's easy for people to lie in our society. So many people would be willing to do that. So you have to factor in the possibility that we're being lied to. Let's take a look at this invention.
Hi, my name is Marcin, farmer, technologist. I was born in Poland, now in the US. I started a group called Open Source Ecology. We've identified the 50 most important machines that we think takes for modern life to exist. Things from tractors, bread ovens, circuit makers. Then we set out to create an open source, DIY, do-it-yourself version that anyone can build and maintain at a fraction of the cost. We call this the Global Village Construction Set. So let me tell you a story. So I finished my 20s with a PhD in fusion energy, and I discovered I was useless. I had no practical skills. I mean, the world presented me with options, and I took them. I guess you can call it the consumer lifestyle. So I started a farm in Missouri and learned about the economics of farming. I bought a tractor, then it broke. I paid to get it repaired, then it broke again, and pretty soon,
I remember hearing about this
I was
guy.
broke too. I realized that the truly appropriate
low-cost tools that I needed to start a sustainable farm and settlement just didn't exist yet. I needed tools that were robust, modular, highly efficient and optimized, low-cost, made from local and recycled materials that would last a lifetime, not designed for obsolescence. I found that I would have to build them myself. So I did just that. And I tested them. And I found that industrial productivity can be achieved on a small scale. So then I published the 3D designs, schematics, instructional videos, and budgets on a wiki. Then contributors from all over the world began showing up, prototyping new machines during dedicated project visits. So far we have prototyped 8 of the 50 machines, and now the project is beginning to grow on its own.
You get what he's doing? He's starting his own veritable constructs. He's not happy with the older equipment that America has produced. He's building his own. And these people are entrepreneurs that come over to our country and become integrated into our nation. And he's doing some really good work. But he's created a commune. I read about him in the news. This is from 2011. I don't know where he's at now, but it's an interesting video for sure. I'm anxious to know if he's going to go viral with these ideas, but he's making them so easy so that people can actually duplicate his work. And he doesn't seem to want any patent control over it, which makes it very interesting. It's Creative Commons licensing. But it's good that they're doing the sustainability and building solutions that they know that they can rely on. Now, he thinks 50 different designs could resolve all industrial needs of humankind. Well, I say make the best with what we have. Obviously, he didn't want to fix his tractor, so he wanted to build his own. That's his choice, but frankly, there are a lot of farmers out there that are very good at repairing tractors and can easily keep old rigs running for a long, long time. Yeah, and I prefer people who take a bath once a day, let alone once a week. Yeah, making money from the land, not giving it out for repairs. But a lot of farmers throughout our country have fallen victim to the black hole, the pit, the endless battle with financing and taking out loans from local granges and corporate loans that really are designed to buy out our nation and buy up our farmland. What we're experiencing with the ideas that the Oregon standoff had is a lot of farmers and ranchers are really concerned about losing the final amount of American land. And it's become a passionate issue for them. Yet the American people are like, whatever. As long as I've got food at the store, I don't care. Which is really a negative downward spiral. We're not even paying attention to the problem. At the very least, as president, I would have addressed the problem with a panel, a discussion panel, integrating me into the panel from Washington, talking with local people. Obama did nothing. He sent a hit squad of FBI agents out there, and they literally ambushed Lavoy Finicum, killing a very, very strong man who simply was standing up for his rights. He wasn't looking for a battle. He wasn't reaching for a gun. He was being shot. Boom, boom, boom. He had his hands up, and everywhere he turned, he got a bullet. You try holding your hands up when you're getting riddled with bullets. What you saw in that video of Lavoy Finicum was an absolute slaughter. And no investigation. And now, we've got a justice of our nation, a Supreme Court justice, who was literally found with a pillow over his head and not even an investigation. Not even a discussion of his protective detail. So yeah, this is a convergence of massive poisoning of our brains so that we're all sitting there going, and a lot of devious and deceitful acts being perpetrated by a very sick group of elitists that are using Marxism as a tool to perpetuate their ultimate goal, which is more control, less freedom for the individual, and absolutely no privacy for anyone in their personal life. And not to mention the drugs they cannot take out of the water, right? So when I talk about cleaning the water, there's a couple of ways of going. If you are trying to get rid of fluoride in your water system, we've had a discussion about that. You can get a Berkey filter. I haven't had success with it, but I understand it is a gravity-fed system, which might prevent fluoride, because fluoride can be gas-based. So I'm convinced that might be something you might want to experiment with it, but I'm not selling Berkeys. I do a reverse osmosis where I am, but if you're in Washington, if you're in California in a drought area, it's wasteful to use reverse osmosis. So you want to get a carbon block filter that can get rid of fluoride. And your trap water. But you know what I use? And it's always been successful, is I use a thing called Zero Water. And they're available at zerowater.com. It's really, really a very effective tool. I have a little too many dissolved solids in my water up here, so the filters clog really fast because I've got pretty much I'm near the ocean, so I've got a lot of calcium in the water. Yeah, something smells fishy in DC, that's for sure. We're doing okay. Yeah, everything's great. We had a little trouble technologically. This has always been a challenging night because I take on more than I can chew. I did an entire pork stir-fry dinner in which I failed to put the soy sauce in it, which I should have done. So I added the soy sauce to it later. I added it to her Sarah's meals. So she has it. You can do that at the table. Some of you take soy sauce and put it on like it's no big deal. Zero water, you're claiming it doesn't get rid of fluoride, and their site says it doesn't get rid of fluoride. My concern is not just fluoride. It's chlorofluorohydrocarbons. It's a series of things that are integrated with solid matter. And the interesting thing about zero water is it gets zero total dissolved solids. It achieves that goal, which not many filters can do. Well, Sarah's the only one who benefits from it. She made 4 meals for lunch out of it. Oh, I know. I use soy sauce. I actually watered it down. And for all those meals, I took 2 tablespoons and split it into 4 meals. So that was, 1 tablespoon and split it into 4 meals. But I watered it down with filtered water and added it to the top of the dish. But I just realized I had forgotten the soy sauce. It's like, you got to have soy sauce. Do you have a zero water filter as well? I just like the way that the company has had significant results from zero TDS, total dissolved solids. I know, the Syrians are going to do the Turkish bombing, and Turkey's going to continue to start wars over there. Turkey's being used as a pivot nation by the international community. The Western-led World Bank and IMF are using Turkey as a launch point against Russia, and they're trying to start a war. They really don't want Russia. They believe that Russia is standing in the way of their global world authority, their new world order. But that's a mistake. Hitler made the same mistake, and it cost him. You saw what happened to Hitler. He was destroyed because he went into Russia. In the winter, no less. And Hitler split forces 4 ways and ended up, losing the war. Germany ended up, surrendering, of course, and cities like Dresden were decimated. Over 205,000 people were killed in Dresden during one bombing raid. But it's going to happen again. The mistake the New World Order is making, which I don't believe the New World Order will ever succeed. I know it was a war crime, I agree. I don't believe the New World Order will ever succeed. I argue that every single attempt to create global domination has failed. Everywhere as far back as Caesar, Napoleon, Hitler, and many others. It's never succeeded. So, Obama's not going to be able to accomplish anything other than finishing up his second term and being a lame duck president, which he was from the very beginning. Well, no, you're screwed because you don't want to realize that a third party is the only way. So are you happy with that now?
I don't know. You go see if you're happy with that.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. I'm going to go into the Steam account and get the password. I'll get that fixed up later tonight. So thank you, though. That was good. My eyes are wide open. We have a desperate need for a political revolution, folks. And God, you getting the fakest names. Marla Singer is his newest name.
So
it's so funny.
A couple of things I was just reading. There's a toy expo or something. Anyways, New York City, and Mattel has a new quote unquote toy called the Thing Maker. They had a toy previously called the Thing Maker, but their new Thing Maker is actually a 3D printer. And kids can basically make anything that they can think of.
Oh, well, that's really cool. Kids will love that.
They also have different dolls. They have new Barbie dolls in many different colors and sizes and shapes. They have tall ones, heavier ones. So they have all kinds of different Barbies available. They have another company has a realistic baby doll that's like looks like a brand new infant, designed for children when their parents are expecting like a baby brother to teach them how to hold the baby and before the actual baby arrives.
Oh, okay. That's kind of cool.
I don't know about that, Snappy Smurf. You'll have to try it out. It's from Mattel.
Okay, hang on just a second. I'm gonna put this in as a background. Many people think that the recent Zika virus could be the beginning of a pandemic.
Well, even speaking of the Zika virus, even I believe, isn't it? The Catholic Church is saying that actually using contraceptives may help stem the spread of the Zika virus.
Good. Well, the point I'm making is there's been a definite, thank you, Marla, there's been a definite censorship on the Vaughn network that we've noticed. And many of us don't realize how powerful one person can be. And believe me, that person is not Amanda. The fact is, it's the owner of the company doesn't agree with us politically. And I don't know who's pulling his strings, but it looks to me very much like a censorship. And we've seen this in all different areas. So, of course, we're going to continue broadcasting at Vaughn because we've already brought so many viewers over to this network. And we're going to draw people in. But we're also going to be expanding out to Live Leak. I'm going to be doing a weekly show on Live Leak. And I'm also going to be probably broadcasting on Periscope with that computer. So I have to rig that computer up for Periscope. That's another, or possibly do. You want me to do. And if it doesn't have a desktop application, we have to consider getting a tablet in here. Yep. So we've got a lot of different options at our disposal right now, and you can check and see how that doesn't get the camera if you want to start it up. It won't capture the camera on board. And I was shocked when it didn't even find the camera. Why am I still allowed to be on the internet? Is that a joke? This is freedom of speech. We're doing everything we can to prevent a major disaster in our nation. And you're asking me why I'm allowed to be on the internet. That's bizarre. I mean, you're living in a country still dedicated to freedom of speech. And it just shows me how far down that Marxist road to hell that you're currently walking. Yeah, what's freedom of speech? We don't listen to people from other channels, and we don't talk about other channels. You know, I think mentioning Amanda is the only thing I've ever said about another channel tonight. Neither. I'm voting for David Sponheim, and many of you don't understand what we're up against. It's deeply saddened to me that you don't get the censorship that's out there and how we've been systematically censored for years. You don't get that at all. And it bothers me because it shows me that you're sitting ducks. You're basically waiting to get taken down and depopulated. The American people are almost being groomed for removal and genocide. Well, that's the point. I'm being censored on the show. I've been censored here for some time. And I truly believe, now we noticed earlier in our show that our signal degradation was severe. My voice wasn't even heard. He's toggling it so that people can't even see our show on his network. Yeah, you should be concerned about it, but whoever's pulling his strings, it's clear to me that we're being censored, and it's been going on for it's malicious censoring, been going on for about 2 months. It started with capacity server issues, where you guys came in here, and now you're still facing capacity issues. He's trying to drive people to his VIP status. That's not making him happy because people aren't joining his VIP status. So what is he doing? He's now depreciating the level of video quality and audio quality that you guys are hearing. Our freedom is well noted, and we are still doing this. And I'm telling you something. I have every reason to believe there is indeed a definite tendency to shut any third party down. And any single independent voice out there will be shunned by a very totalitarian, two-party, fascist and communist regime. Now you've got Hillary and Bernie, the communist leaders who are pushing for the nomination. You've got Donald and Ted, the fascist leaders, pushing for the nomination. And you've got absolutely nothing in between, and you still think you're living in a free and democratic country. You guys are seriously delusional if you think this is free and democratic. Everybody who's noted this has noticed the serious censorship that's been going on for some time on this network. Yeah. Well, you should be sorry. And the reality is, it's not just happening for no reason. They're seriously concerned that our message is penetrating the psyche of the American people. They're using every means possible to censor everything we do. No, I seriously have been censored on YouTube. I'm not using that as you have no idea, do you? I'm going to show you something that I did in 2008, and it's just a simple black-faced image that I did personally, an impersonation of Barack Obama, and it was had no ill intent. It was just impersonating the president, and you think this is funny. I did it as a test in 2008 to test the technology, to test the reach and scope of their ability to censor. And let me tell you what happened. This is a kind of an interesting story. It immediately, as soon as I put the video out, I got over 1,000 hits in one day in 2008. But then my comments were so negative. My negative hits were driving it down rapidly. And this is back when nobody had any subscribers at all, hardly anybody. And 2008, the videos, the hits were growing rapidly. I pulled the video because YouTube told me to pull it. In 2010, I pulled it. What happened was I pulled it off the air in 2008 because of all the negative views. I put it back on YouTube in 2010, and somebody copied it. Somebody made a copy of this, so much so that they made multiple copies of the same 3-minute video and produced a Blu-ray DVD and sold it. So it's distributed around dance clubs around the world, believe it or not. I never made a penny on that. Well, thank you. And what has happened is this video itself is a litmus test of how absolutely corrupt our nation has become. Because when we saw somebody copy that video, and they produced a copy, it was 15,000 hits they got within 2 weeks. When somebody copied it in 2010, I brought it out for about a week and they copied it. YouTube told me to shut it down. I pulled it off the air because they had some complaints about it. Somebody copied it, and that video is still out there with the same 15,000 hits. Seriously. And then somebody copied it again off of that video, and it's got the same 5,000 hits. There is a thing on YouTube. And because Google is owned by the government and the NSA and Navy combined, they actually own the backbone of Google. Because of that, dance clubs, yeah. They will not allow anyone who talks negatively about our two-party system, about our government, they won't allow anybody to get hits. They have a thing called a strike. No, you have no understanding. They're locked at 5,000 hits. For 6 years. They're locked at 5,000 for 6 years. Locked down. It's just an indication to you of the censorship and the hit counter locks that are out there. Now, I've had people go to my other videos at David John Sponheim's YouTube site, and they've clicked on them from various sources, a tablet, their desktop at home. There should be no problem with the hit counter advancing. It doesn't. I do understand how these things are used. This is what is called a strike. And I talked to some people who are partners in the YouTube system. I've had a strike against me. Yes, it's purposely designed. He's censoring me right now. No, dude, I'm not in any way paranoid. I have proof that the censorship's going on. And the fact that you said if you don't own and control, you can't do it, you can do nothing, shows you that you don't even deserve to be in this room. We have a lot of people who are Americans who are striving for a political movement here. And all you're doing is being exactly what you've been trained to be, an absolute idiot. You come into our show acting like a moron puppet of the propaganda machine that is currently brainwashing you. No, YouTube is not. YouTube was purchased through an actual shell corporation called In-Q-Tel. Research it. Most of Google is owned by In-Q-Tel. There's a lot of creative content copyright issues. Yeah, many people have strikes against them. I'm speaking for a large group of people, and no, I'm not paranoid. I'm telling you exactly what's happening. Yeah, so if you don't understand that, you have no clue as to what is really happening in our country. Now, I'm sitting here in front of what appears to be the office of the CDC, when in fact they have people who want depopulation desperately, like David Rockefeller, pushing for breakthrough vaccinations. Vaccinations, by the way, can possess this dangerous compound called nagalase. And nagalase is a very likely tumor-producing compound in vaccinations. They're trying to push this on the American people and world people around to kill off 95% of the world's population. In 1947, Rockefeller patent shows origins of the Zika virus. And what about those genetically modified mosquitoes? Right. A lot of people are talking about how Bill Gates is involved in this as well. These people are eugenicists or genocidal eugenicists. They're working to kill off the population through installing dangerous chemicals in our bodies. They're also behind the chemtrails, which are being blown in the air, doing weather modification, creating droughts in California. And it doesn't take a lot of intelligence to realize that the technology's there. They've got, ever since 1997, they've had the ability to modify and do protein synthesis on viruses. So they can produce a version of the Zika virus which is far more deadly, and then a vaccination which may very well contain the deadly virus. So they can integrate it into our bodies rather quickly and install nanoparticles at the same time. Very small particles that they can control within our bodies. I mean, for you not to wake up and continue calling people whack jobs is getting pretty old here. It's getting pretty old when everybody that I talk to on our show is waking up. This is an amazing awakening period for people who are in the know, who are not, who say, oh, you're nuts, you're paranoid, or you're a weirdo. No, I'm just waking you up to what they're doing to the human race, and it's up to you to act upon it and build this third party. They're not delusional. This may seem delusional to you because you've never even heard these things. The media has kept all of this from most of you, and engaging in a daily show like this gives me the amplitude and scope necessary to describe what's really happening to you. You don't have that. Many of you are literally waiting to die, and you don't even know it. Thank you. I hope he gets behind my campaign. We need people out there broadcasting me. For some of you, you have nothing to play. You guys are getting promoted on Devon Network, and you got no ideas of your own because you're sitting there going, oh yeah, dude, what's going on, man? That would be perfect for you to just throw me in the corner of your screen and produce a brand new product for your own show. Repackage this show. I invite all of you to multicast on any venue you want, on any network, all over the internet. I challenge you to do that, and you can do it for free. Thank you. I know. I'm not seeking to have be Mr. Wonderful and pretend like I'm reading off a teleprompter like your moron president who has an IQ of about 106. I'm definitely not a person like him. I'm not a social butterfly walking around going, well, we'll make no mistake about it. Well, let's be clear. You're going to do it before you realize if you don't do it, you won't actually solve problems. But I'm talking to almost an impossible problem. I'm like a mathematician looking at an impossible problem, trying to figure out a way to solve it. And in the process of reaching out to people and trying to grab your intelligence, which may be dwindling rapidly because of the incredible environmental abuse going on in your life, you're more inclined to sit there and listen to somebody talking like Obama. Well, let's be clear. We're going to continue to address problems of social inequality. I mean, the ideas coming out of his mouth are oblique, abstract, and they're not even, they're completely abstract. He speaks in Orwellian promises, and he's not responding to any real problems with real solutions. Well, let's be clear. We're going to do more impersonations, and we'll keep trying to bridge the gap that is so evident in our society. I mean, come on. He is fueling racial strife. We do, Mr. Mojo. Go to YouTube and just open up a YouTube video. We've got over 750 shows archived. Yeah. My podcast is on YouTube. You just tune in, tune out, drop in, drop out, whatever you want to do. So no way that it can recognize the camera. I wonder if there's a... Oh, you're not sure if it is? Okay. I know that people are with me, JPF. I know that many of you are aware that the censorship is severe. Oma's here. She said, David, there's a national investigation on the CPS and all the child markets. No, there isn't. Oma, let me tell you about a group called the Franklin Group. In 1990, this group was seen as a major child human trafficking agency. The investigation took place in the Boys Town, Nebraska, in which a man named Lawrence King, a black man, was indicted and charged with molestation and human trafficking. And the state police in Nebraska wanted to expand out. They did some deep investigations. They found that this group went all the way to Washington. And they uncovered a secret society called the Finders. The Finders are a group of people that gather child sex slaves. I mean, this is so insane, I can't even describe it. But from what I know, these groups work secretly with the government. And the FBI called the Nebraska State Police and told them, you cannot continue investigating this group. They were told to shut down the investigation. Nebraska said, why? No answers, just shut down the investigation. And that is one of the reasons why you're not seeing any information about child human trafficking rings in our country. And the CPS has been implicated many times. A woman by the name of Nancy Schaefer. I know. They may have done that to your case. Look up the word Nancy Schaefer and look at her and her husband. They were in a murder-suicide, but it wasn't a murder-suicide. She was killed, he was killed, but the police called it a murder-suicide, and none of their family members believe it was murder-suicide. Nancy was a state senator in Georgia for 3 years, 2 terms, before she died, and she completely revealed the CPS abuses going on. And she was terminated because she was about to come up with a 2-hour documentary, and all that footage was destroyed by the producer. All right, U.S. Russian fighter jets sail to Iran, would violate arms ban? No. I don't have a problem with Russia selling jets to Iran. It's irrelevant to me. Frankly, I don't see any reason to create provocation with Russia right now. Yes, take a look at that, Oma. I forget that a lot of you don't have information like I have. I've gathered so much information on our show. Thank you, Mr. Mojo, for subscribing. Yeah, that's okay. No problem. The reality is we have a very dynamic and interesting show. And it just, there are no equal shows on the internet, in my opinion. Because this is going on and on. I would give you different backgrounds right now, but we're in the middle of Technology Thursday. And Mark has shut down the quality of our feed. So we're not really sure why we're coming in so slow. So we shut down all movement behind me. Our political platform, to sum it up, is centrist. And I'm a fiscal conservative and a social liberal. But I'm willing to listen to a lot of you people who are concerned about the abuses of Planned Parenthood, and I want to get accountability from that agency, and I will not federally fund Planned Parenthood. We will also, I also support some socially conservative issues like capital punishment, right to bear arms, but socially I'm a liberal because I tend to lean toward solutions for the poor. I tend to lean toward a work-based welfare program like Clinton had, but something better, where people can actually improve their life instead of just get stuck in some dead-end jobs. And the mobile medical unit is another socially liberal idea, which involves providing low-cost solutions for people of all different economic levels who are in need of health care. And it more than complies with the 14th Amendment and the Supreme Court ruling in 2000 on requiring us to take care of illegals that come in here. My strategy toward illegals is definitely much stronger than the liberals, and I can tell you that illegal aliens and refugees will be my primary focus, and it has been since 2007, 2008, when we ran for the office of president. I ran for president in 08 and 012. I was the guy that came up with the 1,000-mile fence idea. Donald Trump is butchering it with his incessant mischaracterization of it as a wall. There's no way we could possibly build a wall in the short time we have to build. And this fence will come from fencing we already have right now in our FEMA fencing system. We have FEMA camps in the northern sector of our nation that don't need fencing around them. There's no need for fencing around any of those things. They're just concentration camps otherwise. Mark is not of any help at all. He's actually a Trump supporter, and he's not trying to do anything for us. He's actually hurting us. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So we are opening up other venues. We'll still keep our Vaughn show at the same time, but we're not going to be doing any type of a competitive show. The chat will be read on a chat page. We're opening up 3 different chat shows. We're going to have a huge expansion in the next 2-3 months. Our goal is to have 3 chat shows rolling along simultaneously. And the fact is, I'm growing faster than Mark could even imagine, but he's holding me back. And the censorship is just a clear case in point. I am. And this growth has been exponential. Right now, people are getting turned down from servers. Yes, servers right now that we're currently broadcasting on. Many of you have had capacity server issues on the Vaughn network. That's part of his attempt to censor me. It's been going on. Miss Scruffy wrote me a letter saying that I couldn't broadcast in the people section past 10 o'clock or whenever if I'm not in the chat room. Yet I understand there's countless people that are not in their chat room broadcasting on the people section. But I was targeted by Miss Scruffy, and I have the email to prove it. He's a Trump supporter, I'm trying to tell you. What about that do you not understand? Oh, that's a good one, Earth Sky. Anyway, we got a couple of cool things to show you here. All right. No, I'm not paranoid at all. In fact, I'm the least paranoid person in the world. Nobody's out to get me. I'm just being censored. You don't know the difference between being censored and paranoia. It's crazy. You're such an idiot. You're a total idiot. You don't even know the difference between the words. All right. We're taking in a few chats right now. We're going to touch on a couple subjects here. 10 most functional foods in the world which destroy cancer cells. This should be fun. This is food for thought, no pun intended. Many specific proteins, enzymes, and coating with our immune system may be activated to kill cancer cells, improving your immune system. That's what this is about. All right, so you got tomatoes and olive oil and grapes and tubers like yams. Healthy cells damaged by chemotherapy secreted more of a protein which boosts cancer cell survival. Really? Chemotherapy has been proven to cause cancer cells to interact with nearby tumor cells and cause them to grow, invade, and importantly resist subsequent therapy. Where conventional medical treatment fails cancer patients, natural foods succeed. Interesting. Somebody said that the level of ginger in your diet is really important. Ginger is a really... We had an article we ran recently that said ginger is probably one of the best things you can eat. It is 800 or 8,000 times more effective than chemotherapy. We get this, it's, what is it, crystallized ginger? Yeah, crystallized ginger. Okay, these are the products. Turmeric, number 1. This is in yellow mustard, by the way. Very common in yellow mustard, so if you're a big yellow mustard person. Sea vegetables. That's another one, like ocean vegetables, nori, hijaki, wakame. We eat a thing called dulse, which is harvested in the Atlantic Ocean, up in the Grand Marais in New Brunswick. Grapes. And Restorabol. Grapes. Grapes are good. Spirulina is good. Green tea. Green tea. All right. Thank you. All right. This story here is that woman, the holistic doctor, industry suppressed protocol now going viral. Let's take a look at this. I have the answer to answer cancer, but American doctors won't listen. They come here and observe my methods and are impressed, but they want to make a special deal so they can take it home and make a lot of money. I won't do it, so I'm blackballed in every country. Dr. Johanna Budwig. She left us in 2003 at the age of 95. She had nominations of 6 times for Nobel Prize in Medicine. Interesting. Now, we're not offering you cures, but that's an interesting article from Health Nut News. I wouldn't waste your money on a lot of expensive products, frankly. If Trump got me on the phone, it would be a miracle. Having stolen 5 of my ideas, he would be foolish to actually contact me. Not for any legal liabilities, but just because he'd be promoting me in the process. Bear in mind, they want to keep me censored. They don't want me out in the news. That's up to you. And crypto wars. Yeah, I'm looking at this. Crypto wars. Okay. Take a look at this article. I'm not wasting your money at all. In fact, I haven't charged you a penny for any of this. We have a free show every night. Only from Maine. Well, I would prefer seaweed from the Atlantic coast myself. New Brunswick, there's a place in Grand Manan, New Brunswick, that is an island that harvests this amazing seaweed called dulse. And we use it daily. Dulse. Very good stuff. It has the highest iodine of any seaweeds. No, my hair isn't red. My hair is a kind of a dirty blonde. It's just the lighting. I've got LEDs in here. It kind of pushes off my yellowish hair. It makes it look red. Crypto wars escalate. Congress plans to bill to force companies to comply with decryption orders. Seemingly angered at the temerity of Apple's Tim Cook's defense of individual privacy and security, Congress has escalated the crypto wars that are dividing Washington and Silicon Valley in its most directly totalitarian move yet. The Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman Richard Burr is working on a proposal that would create criminal penalties for companies that don't comply with court orders to decipher encrypted communications. So like I said last night, the NSA doesn't want us to have any privacy. Yeah, don't get seaweed from Fukushima. That would be a big mistake. No, you can turn the show off and go watch some mindless idiot from Vegas. That'd be fine. Yeah, just, hey dude, what's going on, man? Yeah, totally. What are you going to do today, Sarah? You going to watch like Netflix? Yeah. I know. I don't want a leftist thug. You didn't know you were eating wood pulp? It's full of fiber. Stop complaining. Accept the fact that you've been eating wood pulp for the past 50 years and just keep buying it. Consume. What's wrong with you? I'm not into money at all. That's the sad truth. I've never made a penny on any of our shows. Not one penny. And I've been accused of being a scam artist. People are calling me mentally ill because they disagree with me. Can you believe the dimension of stupidity that's plagued this nation? I've never seen anything like it. These shows have given me a window into the lack of intelligence this nation possesses. God, I hate these videos. It's just a pain to get them to open up. Hang on. You take the whole page. Okay, this is pretty weird. This is strange. A balloon floated from the child's casket at a funeral and seems to be trying to comfort the grieving mother. Look at this. Look at this. This is phenomenal. It floats over to the mother. Look at how it floats right to the mother who's grieving from the casket. And she's lost her child. Look at how it's aggregated near her. Look at this. This is amazing. Oh, look at that. That is some otherworldly force doing this. Look at this. Whoa. Oh my goodness. That is phenomenal. That is phenomenal. Isn't that amazing? That was a very compelling picture, man. Phenomenal. Is it fake? Was it static electricity near her head? Was it because she was crying and she's creating static electricity from her tears? Let's answer 250 questions in a few minutes. Go ahead. The FBI is creating a world where citizens rely on Apple to defend their rights rather than the other way around. Oh, there you go, yeah. She hugs the balloon. Oh, later in the video? Oh, wow. Then it floats out the door and down the street to play Dazed and KFC. Wow. Well, why don't you just dispel all things that you don't understand as conspiracy theories and call anybody who you question a nut job? You know, it's a lot easier than using critical thinking to just call everybody a whack job. Think about it. The Democrats have been using that technique for years because they can't come up with any new ideas to save the country, so they simply call people names. Yeah. Fascinating, huh? All right, you notice I haven't played my Can't Stop because we won't stop, because we're not going to play that video tonight because we've been censored. The illusion that Hillary is going to become president is being perpetuated by this censorship. No, believe me, I don't let naysayers see what really happened. That woman was truly grieving, and that balloon was carried by spiritual energy. Many people who are so atheistic in our society don't believe in the spirit of human beings. Now, I'm not here to condemn you atheists and your religion, but I can tell you that if you don't recognize there are things like mysteries of the universe that are not explained with science and empirical thinking, that are so amazing that you can only ascribe it to some unusual supernatural force, he should be making fun of me because I'm going to make fun of him. I've never even seen his show, and I can pretty much tell you his whole show is, hey, yeah, dude, I totally, I hit the casinos the other day, and, I couldn't believe I lost, $150 at the tables, man. Yeah, I don't need to make fun of somebody like that. I know exactly what they're about. Not a brain in his head, just a mindless consumer sucking up whatever drugs available. He's probably in North Vegas, where meth central in North Vegas. You can't go down the street without seeing meth dealers everywhere. You didn't know? Ask what part of Vegas is he coming from? Is he in the north part of Vegas? Oh yeah. Got the clear classic case of drug-related issues. Show what to Sarah? Oh, I did. She's not fazed by any of that. She doesn't get affected by spiritual encounters. She's just never been affected by the spirit world. I've tried to get her to talk about ghosts. There was one time when my mother died that Sarah had a very interesting experience that she couldn't explain, and she talks about that. But do you think that was some sort of a weird experience? She's right in the middle of something. She's doing a technological breakdown on our computer to find out why XSplit cannot recognize our camera. We got a new gaming computer, an MSI gaming computer, and she can't seem to understand. Or she understands. Believe me, she's the brains with technical, and I admire her work, but she's trying to get to the bottom of it reading help screens. It's not easy. Yeah. Balloons are a perfect format for the will of more spirits to move. I would recommend all of you if you ever have a funeral, have balloons at your funeral. The temporal existence is oftentimes interfered with unusual things that go bump in the night. You know, I was going to look at TED Talks, Jill. I just watched Marcin Jakubowski and his work back in 2011 creating a global village construction set and open source technology, ecology. That was pretty nice. Of course I believe in the spiritual plane. I believe in God. Many of you who are atheists or agnostics don't believe in God. That's your choice. But I've had too many unexplainable events happen to me in my life that cannot be described with empirical scientific method. There's only one way to truly ascribe what has happened, and that's there is a spiritual plane, whether you like it or not. You can deny it all you want, just like you could call me a whack job. It's not going to get rid of the chemtrails that are flying over your head all the time, or in the case of California, hardly ever, because they're dehydrating your entire state. That's why you're sitting there having spritzes of water over you when you want to take a real shower. Clyde Bundy has been indicted by a federal grand jury. I can't click on CNN, sorry, it's going to lock up in my entire hard drive. Not my hard drive, my CPU. Oh, I'll do it. Thank you. I did it. I handled it okay. Okay, good. Thanks. Yeah, they've got all kinds of infections going on in that CNN. I call it CIA News. Thanks for trying on this one. I realize it's... By the way, some people are coming in from the government themselves. They're actually paid government plants in the show trying to say our show's dead. You see that? We've got good shows all the time, and we've had people coming back, and they come in here and say, oh, our show's dead. It's funny. You know, the government is going to... They have shills. No, the government has shills on the internet. You didn't know this? They're hired to come into these shows that are counterculture, challenging the establishment and shut us down. People are paid to attack us. Of course I'm aware of Agenda 21, and I will not in any way back it. It's an international plan to take down our nation's rights and freedoms. Because there's nothing to watch with the Republicans. They're no longer relevant. Both parties will not touch the issues that are really important, like even Clyde Bundy indicted by the federal grand jury, a land grab for uranium and for mining rights. Interesting. This is why I don't like CNN, because they force these videos of old turtles. These cattle ranches are not extremists. They're just being painted as extremists by the liberal press running out of the CIA. Yes, the BLM land grabs are linked to the Agenda 21 plan. Even the Clinton initiative has taken up uranium property right mining issues. That's good. Uranium is in the area of the Hammond Ranch. There's a lot of mining for uranium that could go on, and Hillary's already negotiated a deal with Russia to mine that area. Financial institutions are on high alert for a cyber attack. That's another relevant story. Thank you for that. I've got a wrench to show you as well that is pretty cool. Many of you are looking at new interesting ideas in engineering. Check out this wrench. No need for multiple tool wrenches anymore. This is the ultimate design. And this is from interestingengineering.com. Well, you can call it a show. It was a really, it was not a false flag. It was a real attempt to get people aware of the plight of ranchers. And how are ranchers in any way extremists? I agree. Financial institutions on high alert. And here's a wrench. Yeah. The perfect tool has long been in the search of many engineers and designers. Well, John Staranka, an inventor from Seattle, has designed what he believes is the last wrench you'll ever need to purchase, named Aperture. It may soon replace the need for multiple wrenches in your toolbox. Bless you, Sarah. It's pretty cool tech. And then this is interesting. This is plastic created from food, like fruit wraps and vegetable wraps. You got it? Yay! Look what Sarah has accomplished. Let me give you a camera on what she just did. It has one camera? Okay, check out what Sarah has done here. Let me give you a camera on it.
Ooh, I got the webcam working.
I got the webcam working. So she pulled that off. You know, I guess this is as close as it gets. But yes, she finally... And that's a clear picture. Look at that clear picture.
Yes.
So we're going to be using that camera in the future. And that computer for our live events. Yay! She did it! Thank you so much. This is a technology challenge tonight. We test ourselves to its limits. Read the FDA bust of the wood chip article. Oh, the FDA is saying it's not a danger to our society.
You gotta leave this on, or you always
leave it on. I'm going to hook up the network for gaming. It's a specific network. It's called the Steam network. Yeah. If you guys want to game on your PC, go to Steam. Steam is the way to go. Okay, here is the... thank you so much for doing that, Sarah. You really solved... I brought the computer in and plugged it in. I said, you got to help me here. I was having frustration in the other room. Technology is going to be frustrating no matter what. It's always frustrating at first. The cheese police are on the case. Acting on a tip, agents of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration paid a surprise visit to a cheese factory in rural Pennsylvania. They found what they were looking for, evidence that Castle Cheese was doctoring its 100% real Parmesan with cut-rate substitutes and fillers like wood pulp. Yep. Is this after they attacked the group of people that were coming up with the GCMAF cancer cure? And then 15 people who were being investigated by the FDA have actually been killed? Holistic doctors? So no wonder they're bringing up a story about Parmesan and wood pulp. A great alternative distraction story. Oh yeah, everybody's eating Parmesan. Oh, let's talk about Parmesan and wood pulp, when wood pulp is a benign substance. We want to forget about the fact that all these doctors are dying under investigation, yeah. Let's talk about wood pulp and Parmesan instead. Far better important things to talk about like that. Back to tools. There have been infomercials about the handy wrench. Yeah, I've seen them. No, there's no delusions going on here. We really are facing a tremendous problem. And the people that come in here claiming I'm paranoid or mentally ill or whatever they're saying, there was a study done by Psychology Today on conspiracy theorists, and they found that conspiracy theorists are more sane than the average person. I'm not kidding. Just Google it. I'll be glad to get you the link, but it takes too much time right now. Yeah. Conspiracy theorists are more sane than people that don't ask any questions at all and mindlessly go along their merry way like a bunch of dribbling idiots like some of you in the chat room. Yeah. Inquiring minds reveal okay, don't like black cats. But thanks anyway, Scissor Fight. I got a personal aversion to black cats. Conspiracy theorists just know what's up. Normies can't handle it. Exactly, Hooded Menace. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with the word conspiracy theory. Those people that call people conspiracy theorists show their absolute ignorance by calling people that name. You're a lover of black cats? Well, I'm not. Like, who likes crows? Does anybody like crows here? Dude, you already are in the cauldron of hell. You just don't know it yet. Okay, Fowl is a new resident of the USA. It looks like Agenda 21 is in effect. People are already huddling into the cities, and now the ranchers, terrorists, BS, all's well. Yeah, Fowl. Good point. Yeah, the rural Walmarts, over 158 rural Walmarts are being shut down. So Scissor Fight likes crows. Okay, there you go. Somebody likes crows here. Yep, FDI is trying to shut down all the independents. Good point. FDA has a primary goal, and that's to shut down any food producers that are producing food separately. So if somebody is integrating, some small Parmesan cheese company is putting some wood pulp in their Parmesan cheese as a spreader, they're going to make a big deal about him and shut him down. But Kraft is going to continue operating. Welcome to the Nazi National Socialist plans of Obama and Hillary Clinton. And I'm sure Trump would do the same. His primary goal is to bolster his Wall Street executives and give them free money like he's gotten over the years from the Federal Reserve to stay in business. I was just talking about crows. It wasn't related to the black cat. I just don't really like crows, and I don't like black cats. You couldn't pay me to have a black cat. And similarly, I do not like banana heads. I've found that banana heads I have an aversion to people who wear bananas on their head. So I'm afraid I can't show this picture to you. Is that Freddie Mercury? Seriously, that looks like Freddie Mercury of Queen. We are the champions. Dude, they put all kinds of crap in everything you eat. What about that do you not understand? Oh, wait a second. Oh my God. I actually have a group of people that think the EPA does a good job and the FDA is looking out for your best interests. Wow. Boy, are you misguided. I want to replace all of the workers at the FDA with good quality watchdog groups that want to get accountability from these people. The fact that the Food and Drug Administration doesn't even test half the products that are on the market, they require affidavits from food producers. They don't even care about what you guys are buying in your frozen section. Seriously, they don't check anything. It's all a scam. It's all run by profiteers, corrupt thugs. Oh, I'm so glad I have a chance to do a show to talk to you guys about this. Otherwise, it would be kind of boring. Well, I guess we're all on our way to the future, whether we like it or not, right? One guy has taken concern about water to another level. He's a watchdog guy. He created EPAWatch.org, and he's actually doing his own testing of lead in water systems. Pioneer in water testing. He's actually going to go out and test as many water systems as he can to clarify what the hell's going on. I make up words in the show. Profiteering is a simple word I created from a noun called profit. It's a verb. In case you didn't know, many of you've got no intelligence, no creative abilities, no thinking capability. Many of you don't know that the language itself, the English language, is as changing as programming code on Facebook. We can change the language as we go, and linguists oftentimes track colloquialisms that change over time. Words that you would never even hear are now common words. Saran wrap, not so common. But in the 60s, when saran wrap was the only thing available, that's all anyone said is, could I have some saran wrap? So this is what's going on. This fake group called ISIS has created this is animated by Duncan Blythes. This fake group called ISIS has created a huge threat to the world and has held the world hostage. You see that? While they're taking money on the side from big financial donors in the Western world. Many people don't know that Osama bin Laden was actually an agent for the CIA during the Mujahideen years. His name was Tim Osman. And not a lot of you even hear this story about the truth about the connections between the CIA and Al-Qaeda. But I can tell you simply put that Libya and the takedown of Muammar Gaddafi would not have been possible if the CIA had not sent in advisors to help terrorists. And the first president of Libya was a known terrorist. CBS News ran a story on him. So our government has been funding Al-Qaeda forces for a long time. And Libya is just one example of it. Thank you. Profiteers is a word. Profiteering is a word too. Okay. I'm not in any way associating with anybody named Mike Adams. No, Brezhnev did not, or Brzezinski, yes. It was not, it was Charlie Wilson's War. And Charlie Wilson's War is a great movie if you ever see it. You can get it on Netflix, I think. There's another black cat. Yeah, I don't like black cats. Why are you bringing me black cats? Oh, you're giving a link to scissors? Okay. Yep. Philip Seymour Hoffman is in it. Charlie Wilson's War. Thank you. He's good too in it. And again, another guy who's a very good actor, great actor, award-winning actor, Philip Seymour Hoffman, dead of a cocaine overdose. Very weird. Excuse me, heroin overdose. Thank you. Well, Charlie Wilson's War was an attempt to fund, give Laz rockets and SAM missile systems to the forces of the insurgent forces against the Soviet Union at the time, Mujahideen, and it led to this cozy relationship between the CIA and these people, which to this day continues. The warlords of Afghanistan now are working directly with the government and with our military. In fact, your son or daughter who's stationed in Afghanistan is not allowed to talk about what they're doing there. But I can talk about it because I'm not a military officer. But our government has been harvesting the opium that comes to the streets of America as cheap heroin, which young people are overdosing on at a rapid rate right now. And this has never been talked about in the mainstream media. The reason I'm doing this show every day, and simply put, is because I can. I'm not high. I've been dealing with a lot of stress tonight. We had numerous technological problems, and I had to essentially deal with it. Yeah. But Sarah's the person that handled our new computer and managed to get that to recognize the camera. Well, there's paid agency people coming in here, government officials from probably Bozo Clown. You're probably Allied, yeah, that would be a good name for an Allied Signal Corps paid pundit or a paid troll. The U.S. Army Allied Signal Corps has been working the internet heavily. Most of the backbone of the internet is watched and co-watched through various portals, one of which is in Bluffdale, Utah at the NSA headquarters. They watch everything that goes on the internet, including your Skype calls. They're listening in. I went into the technology meeting Skype had at Interop in 2010, and I talked to the vice president of Skype Communications at the time. And at the time, they were owned by eBay at the time, I believe. Yeah. Now they're owned by Microsoft, but he told me emphatically that the 128-bit encryption system that they had was unhackable. And at the time, I detected deception from him, and I can sense deception from people when they talk to me. I'm very good at picking up on the vibe of deception. So when I see people talking to me who are lying to me, I knew for a fact. I told Sarah, I walked out of there, I said, he's lying to us. And sure enough, Thomas Drake, a year later, revealed that the NSA, the software he developed for the NSA, was being used to do domestic surveillance, warrantless wiretapping on Skype communication. He developed it for international spying because he was concerned about terrorism, but the NSA didn't see it that way, and they charged him with a crime. Even though he was a whistleblower, he could face 30 years in jail, but I understand that they put that on hold. After Edward Snowden revealed his thing in 2012, it kind of negated the whole idea of prosecuting Thomas Drake. But they want to actually look deep into everybody's privacy. So in other words, what we gleaned from all of this attack on Apple and Google and any kind of encryption and decryption software has been a net effect. The NSA doesn't think that you should have any privacy at all. That is what I'm gathering from all of this. If a phone is set up with a system where if you strike into it with 3 wrong passwords, it will wipe out all the data, they don't want that phone to exist. They want people to keep hitting passwords until they can break into it. Isn't that something? So your entire phone list, everybody on it, could be force paired with another phone system, and they could leach all that information from your phone by walking by you. With the good decryption software, they could easily roll through passwords until they find it. Yeah. We're trying to capture, that's very well put, trying to catch the gaseous lies of these monsters. I know. The tyranny is beyond belief in the United States. I totally agree. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mojo, for coming in and subscribing to our show. Thank you, man. We are going to penetrate this two-party controlled system and the censored media with sheer tenacity. This process is long and grueling, but it's rewarding too. I don't care if Bond wants to censor me. I don't care if YouTube wants to censor me. I don't care who wants to censor me. I'm going to keep pressing forward. And that's right. They can see all your ideas, all your inventions, everything. Now, there is a site I'm looking right now called Perio. Frankie told me about Perio last night. Let me see if I can get this site up. Hang on. That's weird. Huh. Well, I guess it's not that safe after all. It was scrubbed from my history. Holy moly. I've never seen anything like that happen before. Here's a woman that was caught in a dumpster. Let me read up on this. This is interesting. Highly trained cancer researcher from the Hutchinson Institute here in Washington. Let me show you this. Yeah, she was found in a dumpster, I believe. Dead, of course. There she is. What a nice lady, you know. Her husband has been ruled out as via surveillance cameras, and he took it and passed a polygraph. They go after everybody's husband whenever somebody is found missing. Yeah, I'm trying to protect Americans, I know. Do not mention the Trump word here. He's a corporate pig. And please call him by his real name, Drumpf. He's a German. They changed their name. They don't even have... I'm not on Windows 10. All right, so bloodstains found in the victim's car. Authorities asking people in the area to look for anything out of place. Mainstream media says it's frightening. A few people are also writing to say she wasn't a chemist. Well, yes, she was a chemist, and her degree is in chemistry, as she states here, and calls herself a chemist on her LinkedIn profile. Just because she worked as SAP at Cancer Research Center doesn't mean a self-described chemist with a degree in chemistry is no longer a chemist. Just to clarify, I'm not playing piano at the moment, but still, I'm a pianist. All right. She was found in a culvert on Sunday afternoon. 54-year-old chemist Cheryl DeBoer. An autopsy was being conducted Monday. People have to understand, holistic doctors, scientists are being killed all around the world. Over 200 different biochemists and astrophysicists and experts in virus treatments have been killed over the past 30 years. People that knew secrets. that broke news that were ethical, that could very well control almost an unbelievable growth of unethical technology, like gene splicing that could lead to drones, as well as hybridized humans. People that were working on this were killed. They didn't want... Nuclear physicists were killed in countries around the world. They don't want anyone to spread nuclear information, which, you know. Okay, global media and communication. This new in the Cybersecurity National Action Plan. On February 9th, 2016, Obama directed his administration to implement a Cybersecurity National Action Plan. Wow. So this guy is way ahead. He's got a group of Marxists working overtime to control our future. And they're doing this right under our nose. During off times, they pass ridiculous legislation. But this is calling it a bold reassessment of the way we approach security in the digital age. Certainly the cybersecurity budget increase associated with CNAP is significant. $19 billion. 35% above the fiscal year of 2016. This is in a country that's $1 trillion over budget. So you're giving us an ancient remedy, but you don't want to give us a link? Nagalese? Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's not forget what's in every vaccination. Yeah, they want to acquire more debt. They want to give cybersecurity $19 billion a year, and they want to actually cut funding to NASA. Okay, Nagalase, the product in most vaccinations now that holistic doctors are coming up with, has been linked to tumor production. It's an extracellular matrix degrading enzyme that is secreted by cancerous cells in the process of tumor invasion. It is also an intrinsic component of the envelope protein of various virions, such as HIV and the influenza virus. Well, in the process, Nagalase has been found in the actual vaccinations. So they're putting cancer-creating particles in the vaccinations. What happens, the interaction in the biochemistry of your body, is this product goes in and slowly interrupts the production of the mitochondrion, stripping away its cells, specifically its vitamin D cells, which it uses to guard itself from RNA messenger units going wacko, mutating. So the mitochondrion itself is being attacked by this product, which you got no defenses against this. They're literally going into your immune system and ripping it apart. And people are saying, oh, well, gosh, you got to get the vaccine, the flu vaccine. Well, the truth of the matter is, yes, certain vaccines are probably important and have proven to be important. But vaccine technology is ancient. It's over 100 years old. I mean, Louis Pasteur and the entire thing is not tested fully. They can come up with a flu vaccine that'll work for one particular type of flu. There's over 200 types of flus rolling around the world at any given time. So taking a vaccine is only pushing more of that dangerous Nagalase into your body and not defending you against 199 different potential viruses. Here she is. Okay, you send me idea tips when I ask for a link. Ancient Germany remedy will help unclog arteries. Okay. Where is it? You're going to have to go a little deeper into this. Yeah, you didn't send me anything. Try again. Well, you're 24, but I have an idea you'll be dead by 30. Well, that's really hopeful. Wow. I feel bad for you, man. 4 organic lemons. Nice. Yeah, I had my 7 vaccines. But now kids are required to take up to 74 different vaccinations. They are literally killing kids, one by one. Overstuffing. This is why I'm sitting in front of the official standing position of the CDC. Yeah. I thought it'd be appropriate for me to talk about it, since that's another thing they're planning on doing, is creating more and more dangerous protein synthesized vaccinations. they're coming at us from many different levels. And if you don't see this and you can't realize this, you won't understand the importance of a third party. Well, we are up against a barrage of attacks by global elitists to literally destroy our immune systems and kill off, like I said earlier, 95% of the population. Barrage, not garage. Barrage, look it up. But what, you know, the whole concept of altering our bodies and allowing GMO foods to go into our bodies, not only allowing but pushing for GMO foods. I mean, in the end, we're probably all going to be, you know, some alternative species, like Miley Cyrus chicken roast. They're probably going to try to genetically modify the human species to look like this. It's entirely possible. I'm not government, no. I'm a person with a very high IQ that can piece together various interesting points of view. Does that excite you? I've been doing this for 7 years, so I have a lot of access to information, way more than most people. It's a scare program being carried out across Europe now. 7410. Okay. Yeah, lemon's good. I cook with lemon tonight in my pork dinner. I made a pork stir fry in which I accidentally left soy sauce out of the meal. It's like, duh. But in the end, I put it on the top of each dish, so it worked out. But I cook with curry, which naturally contains turmeric in it, lemon peel, garlic powder, fresh onions, fresh carrots, and fresh green pepper from Mexico. Now, the green pepper was not organic, but it did come from Mexico, which has less radiation than the northern latitudes, which I feel Mexican produce is okay at this point. I mean, I'll take anything off season. I'm not scaring you, am I? Well, were you more attracted to the fact that she had a chicken-like body? Was that more interesting to you? Last night we pulled up a really good GIF. The Wonder Woman deflection gift. The GIF. Wonder Woman. Look at those arms. Hunka burning love. A hard-headed woman, soft-hearted man, been the cause of trouble ever since the world began. Oh yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. White House rolls out the RFID card under cover of Bundy militia. What? Get ready to...
yeah, Dave Acton checking it. I know people aren't that interested in having to have a biometric RFID chip on the card to use the internet. I know that really doesn't bother people. You know, it's not a big deal. Well, the White House issued this executive order a couple of days ago, created this idiotic thing called the Cybersecurity National Action Plan. Oh yeah, under CNAP, you're going to have a chip on the card, biometric card, to have access to the internet.
That's what we'll be playing tonight on our show, our late night show. Thank you. Unbelievable. It just never ceases to end, does it, Scissor Fight? Well, if you like tofu that's made with GMO products, yeah, go ahead and develop tumors. Feel free. Yeah. But when I talk about turmeric, I'm not talking about the tumors from GMO tofu. I'm talking about a product called turmeric, and it's being tested for longevity and health cell production. It's designed... Turmeric... I think I got a misspelling here. Turmeric is an amazing product which is being researched for its life extension qualities. It adds elasticity and strength to your cell walls. Unlike nagalase, which is in vaccinations, turmeric actually strengthens your cell and your immune system. Fascinating, huh? Oh, it's good for everybody. Some people use it on their teeth to whiten their teeth. I use press-on veneers. 3D veneers on the outside of my yellow teeth. I should show you my real teeth. You want to see my real teeth? Well, let me give you a slight example of what my real teeth would look like if I really showed them to you. Whew. That's what they really look like. Hi, everybody. I'm Mr. Yellow Teeth. Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of yellow. Well, I mean, they look like regular teeth. This is an artistic drawing of my teeth. No, it's actually a blimp I'm creating. Bob Dole, 2016. Bob Dole, how are you? Bob Dole. Hey, by the way, Elizabeth Dole killed 384 hemophiliacs when she was in charge of the Red Cross. Did you know that? His wife, Elizabeth Dole, was personally responsible for killing 384 hemophiliacs with AIDS. She would never face charges. She wasn't even punished financially. How would you like to be dead because of Elizabeth Dole allowing AIDS-contaminated blood in the system and to not even be able to sue? Really? Bob Dole. Yeah. Why, it's free, yeah. Snappy he's on to the idea of downloading as much as he can. You remember Napster? The good old days of Napster? I remember everybody was rapidly using Napster to do as fast as they could, get as many downloads as they could get. And then Napster decided to monetize. Do they even have a program? Let's take a look. Napster. Are they selling anything? Do you even know what I'm talking about? They're part of the Rhapsody.com network now. And now, I mean, this poor guy, he could have sold and then gotten out of it like so many of the early engineers of file sharing. But now they're part of Rhapsody. And you know, check out millions of songs to play as much as you want. That's a way of downloading for free after you pay your membership fee. Yeah, Napster, yeah. Well, what are you talking about? I don't lie at all. I'm trying to help awaken you to the stupidity that's around you. All right, so we're going to probably see some sort of a major Zika virus or norovirus attack. Plan on that. Resist any vaccinations unless you absolutely feel it's necessary. Because, like I said, this dangerous product, Nagalase, is in every vaccination. This is not West Point graduate stuff, folks. This is real simple stuff I'm giving you a heads up on. If you want to have a vaccination, it's your choice, but you should never be forced to do it. And as president, I will not have forced vaccinations in this nation. Ever. Your body is your temple, and I respect your individual space, your body. I'm not purging supporters and leaving liars in here at all. I only purge people whenever they call me a liar. Yeah. So you're no longer really a supporter by calling me a liar, are you? So that's why you're leaving. Goodbye. I thought he was talking to me, yeah. You can continue talking, I just don't want you calling me a liar. I'm sorry, 456, and I'm sorry I purged you, 941. Let me just say this. That's my point. I'm going to give you as much information as I can here using code. Now, for every 3 purge messages, the word A will be used. For every 2 purge messages, the word B will be used. For every 1 purge message, the word C will be used. Okay? That's ABC. A, B, C, D, E. We're going to do the whole alphabet. There you go. We'll communicate through secret messages. decode it with purge messages. Nothing's going on. I'm just having fun, okay? Starting a show out calling somebody a jackass. Boy, you got a lot of friends. I bet your mom doesn't even like you. Well, you know when you come home and your mom says, "Honey, I had a $20 bill in my purse. Did you know where that went?" No, Mom. While you're snorting meth up your nose. You're ruining your life, and you're disrespecting your mother by stealing money from her purse, and she works hard for that money. So you apologize for your mother. Law, give your mother back the $20 you stole from her purse this morning, okay? You know full well I'm talking about it. Weather controllers allow rain into Southern California. So somebody got smart and decided to do some cloud seeding, huh?
Okay, today is February the 17th, 2016. We're watching the Northeast Pacific Water Vapor Loop. And we're watching a gale right here that is moving into the west coast, and it's delivering a lot of rain to central and southern California.
Yay! Rain to California! California, here I come, right back where I started from. Okay, we'll play a little song now. I can't stop, and I can't do a show without playing Can't Stop because it would be irreverent to all of you Can't Stop supporters who've been here through the extended show tonight. So thank you.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop.
Infinity and beyond.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Good Party.
Okay, time to clean up the board. Thank you for coming into the mock pandemic center at the CDC. Hopefully we won't have to get any of that stuff. Tonight we talked about vertical windmills. Pretty cool stuff, if you ask me. Can't stop. We can't stop talking about it. Yeah, but we've got problems. We've got the campaign of Hillary still slated to win the election without any mainstream media. We are still all right. Let's see what we got here. We've got a beautiful world if only we could filter our water and our air. But we've got corrupt people trying to control the very land that we own and we call America. We got to stop them. They're using the two-party system to hijack our nation, deny our freedoms, and screw us over royally. They're never going to give you money. They've got some nefarious plans too. They want to bring in blankets of chemtrails like this over Australia, February 9th. Check this out. They're literally covering the sky with chemtrails, and they won't even answer to what they're doing. Well, this is why we need a new third party, folks. There's no other way around it. I've got some ideas which could go viral, like our vertical windmill attached to telephone poles. You won't get this from Bernie Sanders. We've got ideas like this that'll be affordable and will provide a backbone of electricity for our nation. All right. I got to dance now. Can't stop.
We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Good Party.
Woo!
Sponheim for president.
All right. All right. I showed you the Castle Sponheim. That was pretty cool. And we got rid of that terrible leak. Thank goodness that stopped. The methane leak stopped in Aliso Canyon. No more. They sealed it. Let me check out this innovation. Think Geek. Steam-powered gaming cabinet. Wow. Love it. Cute. For only $3.99. Gotta love that. BioShock has their own steam-powered gaming cabinet. That's the most retro thing on the market. Look at that. Thank you. All right. Double rendition. Can't stop. Can't stop. So we need to get our creativity going again.
America's Third Party.
It's going to require a lot of new thinkers, a lot of new developers, not new developers, new developers, and people that are really genuinely interested in protecting the environment. All right? You're going to get it right now. Well, he just made a sale. I don't sell that, though. All right, the second time around, it was still fun. Okay, thank you very much for listening to a second rendition. Okay, so we got a lot of videos planned for tonight. I'm going to be leaving the Vaughn People Room as per Miss Scruffy's request. I'm not allowed to broadcast once I leave the camera. Miss Scruffy said very clearly that I'm not allowed to be in the People Room if I'm off camera, so we extended our show to 10 p.m. tonight, gave you a full 5 hours. The earliest part of our show was a cooking show featuring a pork stir fry with low salt that you can add more soy later. And we've got that you can add more soy later. All right. And we are now going to be moving over to I got to sign in over there. Okay. 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 Yeah, that was fun, though. And we talked about a lot of interesting things tonight. Yeah, great links. 10 of the most functional foods in the world which destroy cancer cells. That's a good one. PreventDisease.com. Please, guys, please, please, please. Well, I'm now going, I'm going to show you what I do. I have to go into my chat room and migrate my show over to another network. On the same network. He wants me to go over here and go from people into news and tech. There you go. Also, another effort to censor me. As you can see, Miss Scruffy made it very clear I was the one that had to do this, even though I'm the one who's brought so many viewers into their network. Isn't that amazing? Amazing how they're showing appreciation for me. When I started on my show 3 years ago on this network, it wasn't that popular. It really wasn't. And then we brought all these viewers in from Blog TV. And then all of a sudden he wanted to use that opportunity to capitalize and make money on his site with the VIP thing. And you can see the VIP thing is not working. You can see people aren't going to spend $15 a month for a connection to something they can get for free. You are late. And I am getting late for a very important date. I am not materialistic myself. I'm more interested in ingenuity and creativity. I would love to see brand new ideas. I know, it's totally unfair. But you got to understand, this is a bump in the road. This is not like Obama saying that Benghazi's, it's just a bump on the road. This is a bump in the road on the way to something much, much bigger. And yeah, I hear Blog TV's coming back. I can't wait to find out more. But yeah, you guys are the food and the meat and the potatoes of what America's Third Party is all about. You're the viewers. I comb my hair today. Thank you. You're the viewers that make this show really interesting and alive. And You guys who offer links really have improved the content of our show, and I appreciate that. And you guys spreading the word on links is really a good thing, especially links that are important to everybody. You know, it's not important that I'm number one on any network. I'm not a person who worries about that because, like I said, this is a bump in the road. I'll look back on all of this someday and say, wow, I can't believe I did Blog TV and I did Bond just to keep the message alive. But thank goodness I've had a few venues to do this. Our views are way more than 517. Yeah, I noticed a hit counter lock on our show for about a year and a half, and finally they fixed it. Our hit counter lock was about a year and a half into it. I saw it at 510 for about a year and a half. It never moved. I know, it's ridiculous. And you know, this is a venue that needs people to provide free access. We need people to get more involved in the rich internet applications that are available for people. And creating a barrier like $15 a month is almost absurd. I'm not paranoid at all. No, we really have been censored. And if you don't know that, then you're a complete functional idiot. And calling me paranoid is not addressing the issue of censorship, believe me. Well, you know something? Personally, I don't call the Pope names, but I'm not real happy with his history either. So I was against the Pope when I left the Catholic Church when I was 11 years old. So I don't have a lot of favorable things to talk about the Pope. I believe more in the Christian ethic of having a personal relationship with your Lord. I don't necessarily believe you have to talk through a man who claims that he's the vestibule of truth directly related to Jesus. I find that really a stretch. And I find it even more disturbing when there's two popes now. Pope Benedict is still alive, and he had made some very strange statements, like how he felt that pedophilia was a mainstream activity now. I was quite shocked. And this new commie pope from Argentina, personally, when he was a cardinal, Francis was actually involved in the rat lines the Nazis had, bringing Nazis into our country, or into Argentina, and then on to wherever. But the connection to 2,000 protesters in Argentina and their deaths is directly related to Pope Francis. So he's got a lot of answering to do. And what really troubled me recently was when he said that the hell does not exist, according to him. It rips into the very tenet of faith itself. People who believe in God often believe in the devil, and the devil is inhabiting hell. For him to say there is no hell makes me think maybe he's heading to hell. So without calling him any names, I just think we're dealing with almost a force of evil with this guy. And if he seems disconnected from the church, it's because he's just a Marxist puppet for the New World Order. The Pope handles their finances through the Rothschilds, and these people use the Pope to maintain their wealth. And this is a very deceptive and evil plan produced, ironically, by Zionists. So who knows? I mean, you can cross over to Zionism when you look at the Vatican, and you can look at the Eastern European royalty and even the Queen herself and her relationship to Eastern European royalty. And you can see the dark corners of black nobility that have controlled the future of our nation. By the way, the New World Order is simply the monarchy of the past rebranding themselves. Yep, exactly. So you're seeing what has been happening quite a bit with Vaughn. Because I throw any kind of video signal out there, I'm just testing it out tonight. You're seeing that anything is being suppressed. It's a censorship he's using now. He's decided to degrade the video feed of certain viewers or certain broadcasters. Got to tell you, man, I am not in any way afraid of speaking directly. I've made a plan of saying things out in the open and shocking the world for the past 7 years. I've had no media coverage whatsoever. Instead, I've seen Donald Trump steal 5 of my ideas in order to gain exposure. So when you say he's the guy saying these, I don't call the Pope expletives like that. I would never call the Pope a bad word. I do, however, believe that he is irreverent and not the Pope that you think he is. All right? But in no way am I going to go casting aspersions. That's what Barack Obama does. We don't need another Barack Obama with Donald Trump. Obama called Putin a jackass, and look where it's left our nation, almost at the brink of World War III with Russia. Anyway. All right, the videos are going to start now. Thank you very much for coming in. And we'll be playing shows into the night. First up is finish the Jabukowski Global Village Construction Set and Open Source Technology video. I'll play it from the top again. It's well worth looking at. This guy is thinking out of the box. He's coming up with ways that we can build infrastructure that's much easier to fix than the current infrastructure we have right now. And he doesn't seem to want patent control over it, which is very nice. Believe me, I've opened my brain. You're the ones that have closed brains. Good night. Thank you. Thank you guys for coming in. I want good for this country, but if you don't understand that evil is inherited our government, we can change it with a third party. We can put new people in and get honesty back into government, but we can't do it with the corporate pigs running for office right now. Hillary and Donald, totally owned and operated by the evil elitists that control our country through a central bank called the Federal Reserve. I do not want evil, that's for sure. I can tell you the show tomorrow is Freedom Friday, and we'll be talking about how our freedom is gradually being eroded slowly by executive order. Silently in the night, Obama passes executive orders without us even seeing it. And pretty soon they're going to put a clamp on everybody's rights and freedoms, and you'll see police growing in your neighborhood with robots, of all things. So we'll be talking about that tonight in our videos. We've got the future of robotics and how we will be seeing robocops. The question is, are we going to be prepared with a democratically led government? And I don't mean by Democrats, because they're the least democratic of all. I mean by a centrist government that appeals to both democracy and the republic that we so greatly value, that built our nation, that adheres to our laws. And if we can't form a union between a 2/3 majority democracy combined with the rule of law, we will never have a nation that is completely vibrant and relevant to the people and strong at the same time, because our forefathers put a lot of effort into this to make this nation not a police state, but rather a nation of thinking, free individuals. So keep focusing on that thought, pre-visualizing a future that is much more efficient, an engine of the economy that runs efficiently instead of being based on borrowed money like our current system is, and building a nation that is literally more of an isolationist, protectionist nation in some ways, because we can't possibly allow other countries to continue to rape us and harvest us like a resource. And in no way do we allow refugees coming into this nation. I'm against the refugees that the left wants to bring in. All right, thank you so much. And I'll play this other video about the guy denied access. All right, thanks for coming in. Here we are.
So I'm here at LAX.
Okay. So TSA denied him access. We'll play that right after this video. This is all about cool technologies being built with Creative Commons license.